Good morning, everyone. We are very happy to see you here. My name is Anta Bute, and I'm the Marketing and the Communications Director here in Reseba University. So I will give the first word for the Aigars Ceplītis. He will be moderator today. And hello, Aigars, nice to see you. Aigar, can you turn on your microphone, please? We don't hear you.
Okay, so now we are on. Again, welcome to everybody to Riga on this very sunny, lovely day. Reseba University of Applied Sciences. I'm sure you had a very nice restive morning. And on behalf of not only the Reseba University, but particularly of my faculty, which is in arts, I'm really looking forward to sharing experiences and of course, having your presentations. Again, very, very warm welcome to this, which is the 16th annual scientific conference, Baltic Business Management Conference, and this year entitled In Search of a Way Out of the Multi-Crisis Challenges and Opportunities. And as you're aware, the conference brings together the leading scholars, policy makers, practitioners from all over the globe to discuss and exchange the ideas on the current state of multiple crises and explore possible solutions. And I would imagine that most of you would agree that the world currently is facing a wide range of crises and issues that are not limited to the COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic. Of course, most troubling of all, the war in Ukraine, economic inequality, market volatility, political instability, social injustice, and the results of the climate change we face. Of course, these crises have resulted in significant challenges for individuals, communities, and governments across the world. And yet, I suspect that you would agree, they also present unique opportunities for innovation, most importantly, collaboration and positive impact in building effective policies for future business and societies. Today, through keynote speeches, panel discussions, and interactive workshops, this conference provides a wonderful platform for participants to explore the causes and effects of these crises, identify possible solutions, and discuss how to implement effective strategies to address them. And participants, of course, will also have the opportunity to share their research experiences, perspectives with the fellow scholars and engage in constructive dialogue to develop actionable recommendations for addressing the critical issues I just expounded on. And so with that, it is my pleasure and honor to invite our dear professor. And so with that, it is my pleasure and honor. But he has a, okay, so I would love to again invite Professor Rector Lucija Rutka from Reseba University of Applied Sciences to welcome you all. And it is my honor and pleasure to give you a floor. Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Dear colleagues, professors, students, I feel happy and honored to open a scientific Baltic Business Management Conference. The conference program themes are very topical, interesting, challenging, and interdisciplinary. I believe that this conference is another step in the development of scientific research in our universities, in our countries, and for each of you personally. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for their work and all participants for the interesting and important topics. I wish you many scientifically important discoveries, interesting discussions, and a lot of positive emotions. I would like to say a few sentences in Latvian. Cienījamie kolēģi, profesori, studenti, es gribētu teikt dažus vārdus latviešu valodā, lai mūsu ārzemju kolēģi sajustos kā ārzemēs un lai viņi varētu dzirdēt mūsu skaisto latviešu valodu. Man ir ļoti liels prieks un gods sveikt mūs visus startautiskajā konferencē. Pēdējie notikumi pasaulē sporta dzīvē parādīja, ka Latvija ir maza valsts, bet ārkārtīgi nozīmīgs spēlētājs pasaules arēnā. Es domāju, ka zinātnē ir līdzīgi, ka mūsu pētījumi, mūsu projekti ir ārkārtīgi svarīgi un mūsu sadarbības ir ar pievienoto vērtību. Es gribētu pateikties konferences organizatoriem par ieguldīto darbu un visiem konferences dalībniekiem par ļoti interesantām, aktuālām tēmām, un es ļoti ceru, ka jūsu prezentācijas pārtaps par zinātniskiem rakstiem, kuri tiks publicēti rakstu krājumā un beigās nonāks Eriks Plus datubāzē. Es novēlu jums ļoti interesantas diskusijas, daudz zinātnisku atklājumu un daudz pozitīvu emociju. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy this day. Enjoy conference. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor. As you know, RISEBA would not exist if we didn't have a vast network of partners and important strategic players in the business and arts. And on that note, I would be very happy to invite one of our key partners, the BA School of Business and Finance Sector Associate Professor Liga Peisenece, to give some welcoming words to the conference.
Good morning. Good morning, dear participants of a joint international scientific conference. I promise I will be short because key speakers are ready and waiting for the stage. But the conference theme in research of way out of the multi-crisis challenges and opportunities is topical. We all expect the end of crisis and stability, but we face a new crisis. And crises become a part of our lives on organizational and personal level. The answer on this challenge is to develop our resilience and work in good cooperation to minimize the influence of these crises. Therefore, I would like to gratitude our partners, RISEBA University and Stockholm School of Economics, for their long cooperation. Thank you, RISEBA University, as the main organizer this year. I wish you, all participants, a very productive and interesting conference. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Professor. And as the next, our partner, again, it's our honor to invite to say some few welcoming words the Stockholm School of Economics in Riga, Rector and President, Professor Anders Palzo.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here this morning, joining all of you. And Aigars, you used the word multi-crisis in your introduction, and I think the conference is really a good way in terms of identifying a multi-crisis, because when you look at the program, it's a multi-program in terms of topics covered, also in terms of geography of participants. So it's really great to see, and a big thank you to the organizers for putting together such a good program. And I just engaged in a bit of comparative study. I looked into the program about 10 years ago, one of the first I attended. I had it stored somewhere in some file on my computer, and it shows a tremendous development over time, I would say, in terms of topics, in terms of people attending, in size, and also in quality of the research. So I would say the conference and our Baltic research is really on the right track. So I'm quite optimistic, despite the multi-crisis, that we are able and we have the competence to address it. So I wish, like everyone else, all participants a great conference. And thanks to Riseba for taking the lead. Thanks to Banko Augskola. And thanks to all the participants and speakers, because without you, there wouldn't have been a conference. So have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Finally, but not the last, is I'd like to invite our Riseba University of Applied Sciences Vice Rector for Research, Associate Professor Walter Skaja, to say some warm welcoming words.
Thank you, Egars, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Riga, welcome to conference, at least in this virtual world, as world has faced a major change recently. And indeed, I believe that this conference is not about coming us together and speaking of multi-crisis. This conference is coming together to speak of solutions, finding the solutions by sharing our experience, sharing the research we have done across multiple markets, sharing the insights we have gathered about our society from a variety of sources and variety of the researches, building also some virtual relationships, finding partnership for our future research on this conference, and well, moving forward. So have an inspirational time on our conference, and I really enjoy to greet you all here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, on that note, I would like to a little bit pick up on what the president of the Stockholm School of Economics had mentioned, Professor Andreas Palzo, of tremendous development, a trajectory. And I will just add that this trajectory and development would not be possible without contribution and sponsorship by our partners. And here I'd like to mention the most important ones. That the conference is organized by universities, Riseba University of Applied Sciences, BA School of Business and Finance, in cooperation with Stockholm School of Economics in Riga. The conference is also sponsored by IPF Digital and European Commission International Strategic Partnership Project Intergen, and supported by Euromonitor International Baltic Family Firm Institute. Just to mention that IFP Digital is a global digital finance service provider striving to deliver on the purpose to build a better world through financial inclusion. To mention on the Intergen project, it is chartered in 2020 in France under Erasmus program 2014-20. And Intergen is a strategic partnership for adult education managed by a consortium of 8 partners working in intergenerational learning methods for isolated society groups. And again, thanks for all the sponsors and contributors to make this conference possible. And with that, I think I'm delighted and honored to start the conference and invite our first speaker. But before to do that, I just wanted to quickly remind few logistics. When do have after each speaker or panel, we will have Q&A. And you can use, if you have a question, you can type in the chat box or you can raise your hand. And we will monitor, and of course, we will direct these your questions to the speaker, unless you have raised your hand. And if you did, then you can directly address the questions directly to the speaker. Also, if you could be kind, because there's a few of you have few background noises, to make sure that your cell phones may be on the standby mode, or so that there's a kind of background sounds that they can be muted, so that does not impair in any way with the flow of the speakers in the conference. And so, as the first keynote speaker, it is my pleasure and honor to invite Professor Ulla Huhti, if I may pronounce her last name correctly, is the from Turku University, who will be speaking about the transforming entrepreneurship in education in the times of multiple crises. Professor Huti focuses on, in particular, on research entrepreneurial entity work in new ventures and family businesses. She is also interested in understanding gender in entrepreneurship, innovation, and family firms. Her research has also investigated policies supporting entrepreneurship development, and most notably entrepreneurship in education incubators. Currently, Professor Huti is a work package leader in the European Horizon 2020 research project, DICSC, Developing Inclusion Sustainable Creative Economics. She has over 20 years of experience from policy, practice-oriented academic research projects that are conducted in continuous and active engagement with firms, other stakeholders, including European Commission and DGs, OECD, ministries and regional authorities and decision makers. Please, Professor Ulla Huti, the floor is.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind introduction. I'm very pleased to be here, and actually my Facebook reminded me that exactly 5 years ago, whole our unit visited Riga, and we were hosted by Riseba, and 5 years ago we had a little chance to visit also Jurmala. It was sunny, it was lovely. So I and the whole unit, entrepreneurship unit at the University of Turku, have very fond memories of Riga and of our visit, and a very interesting collaboration with Riseba and other colleagues at that time. So very pleased to be back, and also pleased to be back due to the recent great success of the Latvian ice hockey team in the World Championships. I'm a big fan of ice hockey. I watched the game and I cheered for Latvia. So great success. But yes, to the business at hand. So let me. I hope I will manage to share my slide, and maybe even put it on. Okay. I hope it's okay.
Yeah, it works.
Great. Okay, so a little bit of me, although it was a very good presentation already, but here my point is not about the details of my career, but to highlight that I very strongly identify as an entrepreneurship researcher, and in a way this will be kind of important and topical for the talk. So as was pointed out, I've been in the field well over 20 years, nearly 30 soon. And this has been a good time, actually, to be in entrepreneurship. Why is that? Because the governments, both in Finland and at the European level and so forth, have kind of discovered that entrepreneurship is important. There have been donations towards entrepreneurship. For example, my professorship is sponsored by a local bank here in Turku. So this has been evident across the Europe, and why is that? Why have we witnessed this interest in entrepreneurship? So I guess we all acknowledge that entrepreneurship is motivated by the economic benefits of entrepreneurship. So I guess we all have read several papers which start with this sentence that entrepreneurship is important because it's the economic engine of our societies. And probably I have written a few papers along that line myself. So in a way, we tend to have the assumption and share the idea within our policy making and in our communities that entrepreneurship is good, and entrepreneurship education contributes to producing more of this good. So we have been asking questions in our research that how do we generate more entrepreneurs? How do we support growth of firms? How do we develop our universities, our educational institutions to be more effective within our entrepreneurial ecosystems? But what about the other side? Is there potentially a negative side? Could it be possible that forms of even legal entrepreneurship are actually contributing also to the social and environmental problems? So, for example, of course, it's easy to pick examples such as the gambling industry that we know that although it can be fully legal business, it can contribute to drastic social problems. But even if we don't kind of select such a drastic example, but look at, for example, tourism industries. And here, for example, I can think of Lapland in Finland and actually all the Nordic countries, where tourism is very important for the local economies. But there is also the fact that a lot of jet planes fly from the UK, for example, to take tourists to Lapland for just a day or two. So is this environmentally sustainable form of business? Or if we think about entrepreneurship, can it lead to negative consequences at the individual, business, or society? For example, there's a lot of talk about growth and why and how small firms should be growing. But we know that a lot of the entrepreneurs, the self-employed, they are in the business because they want to be autonomous, they want to have their freedom. So if they grow their businesses, how is it possible then to combine the idea of being autonomous and so forth? Or sometimes we assume that the entrepreneurship is a kind of level playing field that gives opportunities for kind of climbing the social ladders. But is it possible that it can lead to increased social inequalities? So if I look at entrepreneurship research or the entrepreneurship education research, these questions have not been largely addressed, apart from within what I would label the critical entrepreneurship studies. But my suggestion is that this is too important a question to leave it to the critical scholars. And this is something that we all within entrepreneurship and perhaps in business research more in general should be interested in. So what is critical? I'm not going to go into detail that there are kind of, it's not like a very clearly defined area, but there are different layers, like Fletcher and Seldon in their book chapter suggest that there is critical reviews of entrepreneurship to keep it fresh, to look at the new phenomenon. There are standpoint critique that looks at entrepreneurship from the perspective of certain groups, such as, for example, women, migrants, disabled persons, and kind of looks at it from there. Or critical research practices, particular methodological approaches that try to unveil new phenomena. And then there is the critical of entrepreneurship perspective that is rooted in critical theory that is kind of having a very thoroughly critical of entrepreneurship, even to the extent of being against entrepreneurship or so forth. But then there are also critical scholars. Here I point to Paul Duguay, who is very known for his critique of the enterprise discourse as a kind of pervasive ideology. So he has contextualized his work within the kind of the public sector, where you know, we tend to say that bureaucracy is bad, and even in the public sector, they would benefit from the kind of more enterprising business-like models of organizing, and he has critiqued this position quite a lot. But then he wrote this piece where he said that he is against the enterprise with the capital E, which he says that this is the kind of the ideology that enterprise and entrepreneurship and working models derived from business are always better than other models. But he says that he is not against enterprise with that small e, that he looks at kind of this entrepreneurial business activities and so forth. And so I have kind of created this kind of scheme, and this is completely out of my own interpretation, that we have these critical scholars who are within this critical entrepreneurship studies, who may not always, who may be, as I said, they may position themselves as being critical of entrepreneurship, being against entrepreneurship, and being against enterprise. Then we have critical scholars that are working mainly in, for example, in sociology or other social sciences, who also provide these kind of interesting critical comments and critical ideas of entrepreneurship and of these negative consequences. But then what I think is needed, and where I kind of position my talk today, is the community of translators and bridges, where I sort of position myself. So I think we need to kind of, and this is my position, for example, that I understand that entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education have both the potential of aggravating the challenges and aggravating the for example, if we think about the sustainability and environmental crisis, the climate change, it has the potential of doing that, but it has also the potential of being the solution and coming up with the solutions, like was pointed out in the opening discussions. And this is where I want to be, but I fully think that we need to be aware of the potential negative consequences of the harmful side of entrepreneurship in order then to proceed towards this kind of positive and towards this idea that entrepreneurship can be a solution. So yes, so this is my kind of building into the topic. And then when we talk about the multiple crises, and I think it was very rightly pointed out in the introduction that you know, recently when we have talked about the life after crisis, for example, if we look at the research papers, oftentimes it relates only to the pandemic. But we are truly and evidently and quite so living in the times of multiple and interconnected crises, and this makes it really challenging, and this makes it really tricky. So yes, we have the climate change, but then also equally challenging crises, even if not more so. But again, the climate change and the biodiversity loss, they are connected. And we have the war now in Ukraine, but also other wars, and potentially also we can understand that the climate change can lead towards wars and other kind of disputes, because if you think about, for example, if we run out of water, clean water in certain places, and etc. etc. And of course, this leads to economic challenges, inflation that we have seen, the recession, etc. So when we think about business, when we think about entrepreneurship, when we think about business education, entrepreneurship education, this is truly the context that we need to understand and be working with. So regarding the kind of the multiple crises that also are linked to here, is that we need to understand also the social inequalities and how they play a role here. So when we think about the kind of the environmental crisis, so of course, for example, for us, the solutions are much easier to kind of run through when we have the financial means, when we can support the citizens and so forth. But this is not the case in the vast majority of the world, actually. And then what I think, and what I have been thinking a lot within, especially in entrepreneurship education and perhaps in education overall, is that when we kind of display, or when our young people are exposed to these multiple crises, to these huge challenges. So there's also very important to cultivate this idea of hope, because hope is also kind of a source for agency. So if all hope is lost, if there's nothing that we can see, if we cannot imagine new alternatives to the existing alternatives, then I find it difficult to see how our young people and how we as a communities can actually work towards the solutions. So what do academics do when they want to kind of have an impact and change things? Well, they write a paper, don't they? So this is what we did. As a group, we came together and we talked about so how do we see entrepreneurship and enterprise education in this situation? And then we wrote a kind of conceptual piece where we suggested the need for this kind of a transformation, and really kind of radically reconceptualizing pedagogy that builds on these elements of social and environmental justice and hopeful futures through these. So in the paper, we kind of suggest a change through these three concepts of social justice that looks at not only entrepreneurship education from the perspective of our kind of elite students within the business school communities, but also when it comes to those living in the edges of the society. and then looking at the eco-justice engagement with the non-humans, the environment, the animal kind, and so forth. But yes, then also about the hope. How do we make sure we are not stuck with the current alternatives, but there's an ability to think alternatives to the alternatives in order to spur this hope. And also in the paper, we kind of suggest that the goal for entrepreneurship education, or maybe business education in general, should be that not like an entrepreneur who's able to spot profitable opportunities, but to actually be a kind of reflective practitioner, ethical decision maker within entrepreneurship, but within life and business in general. And then kind of in order to actually walk the talk, we then developed a project proposal, and we got funded from the Erasmus Plus. I'm not going into the project, but I'm just leaving the links here, and I'm happy to, or I have shared the slides already. So if anybody is interested and wants to kind of join us and see what we are doing, so it's possible. So the project aims to then develop this pedagogical approach, and materials, and organize also educator training. So in order to kind of materialize our goal. But when I was speaking about, our paper and our project, of course, we are not alone here, and luckily we are not alone here, but there has been quite a lot of papers that have been kind of critically examining the business education, the business school, critically examining the entrepreneurship education approaches, and saying that we need a change. So I think this started already with kind of the credit crunch in 2008, where there was a kind of a mutual discovery that how business schools have been culpable of this kind of happening and the economic recession then. But now with the news regarding the climate change and all these kind of voices have been intensified also when it comes to sustainable management, inequalities regarding the business education, and how do we kind of weave in the planetary boundaries into our education and into our approaches. So yes, I also took a few other examples. As I said, I think we are seeing quite a lot of these different initiatives, different focus. So for example, the Enterprise Education UK, which is a UK-based grouping for entrepreneurship education, they are looking at climate action and organizing workshops and activities for those involved in order to kind of consider their work in relation to the planetary sustainability and the planetary boundaries, and to really kind of understand that we are situated in this context of climate and ecological crisis, and there is a need for change. Then also actually a colleague from Finland, Jukka-Pekka Heikkilä, who is currently an assistant professor in the University de Los Andes in Bogota in Colombia. So he sent information regarding his recent project that now takes place in Colombia, which is looking at impact of entrepreneurship on peace building and looking at how entrepreneurship education could be kind of mobilized in sort of kind of build the community and kind of taken into the for sort of kind of progressing peace. So that's, I think, is a very, very interesting approach and perspective to entrepreneurship education. Then also my colleagues here in Turku in the management and organizational subject, they have joined forces with our biodiversity researchers, and they have a kind of very large research project funded by the Strategic Research Council, and the Strategic Research Council project they build on kind of idea of scientific excellence, but the Scientific Research Council wants projects that actually try to change Finnish society. So that there's a lot of emphasis on this kind of interaction and impact from the project. So here the aim is to kind of rethink leadership in companies in ways that kind of takes into consideration and builds on the idea of biodiversity. What does biodiversity respectful leadership look like? And they are working with, in order to have this impact, they are working with the companies, try to think and recreate new practices that would enable this kind of biodiversity respectful business. And also these slides have the kind of links to the project if you are interested learning more. So to kind of summarize my take from here is to suggest that how do we transform entrepreneurship, or maybe the whole business education in the times of multiple crises? We all acknowledge that kind of sustainability, corporate social responsibility have been there for quite a long time. So in this sense, we might say that this is nothing new, or this is not so new. But what I argue that these approaches that I presented, they still represent kind of a paradigm shift. That if the sustainability or corporate social responsibility have kind of suggested that we need to move a little bit towards this, we need to kind of factor in the responsibility for the society and environmental by, but then simultaneously accepting that the profit and the economic outcomes might still be kind of the predominant idea. But I would say that this transformation calls for this kind of a more drastic change. So what is good life? Because there are these critical scholars, a lot of our kind of previous ideas of what is good life, especially in our Western economies, was linked to the idea of consumption, that we can buy things and we can the more we have of the material good, that will be good life. But is there now a need to kind of reconfigure that life? And what good life signifies, and then also what is good business. Are there, if we take this kind of critical movement of degrowth into consideration, so what are the business models in the degrowth movement? So I think this kind of opens up totally new doors to look into. And then if we think about our graduates, when they graduate from our universities, from business schools, from our programs, so what qualities and abilities should they possess? So in our paper that I presented, we suggested that the outcome should be that they are ethical decision makers, that they are reflexive practitioners who are able to kind of factor in these different perspectives and not only make decisions based on what is good for them, kind of in a opportunistically, or good for the business in the business sense. And then yes, what does business look like when respecting the planetary boundaries? I suggested, the example from my colleagues here regarding the biodiversity respectful leadership, but what does that then entail in marketing? I was a supervisor for a PhD student who graduated last year, where she looked at kind of how do businesses shape markets for sustainability, and when she did her literature review for the study, she found that this kind of sustainability focus was kind of very narrow in the marketing literature, and there is kind of great room for expand on these ideas. And then yes, what do these questions then it suggest for our education and for our educational practices? Who do we work with? Does this change the stakeholders we are involving, for example, in our entrepreneurship classes? Is it no longer only businesses, but are we bringing in like environmental organizations and or organizations combating poverty or social inequalities? So who is there? And how do we change these practices? Or if we think about our assignments, the projects, what kind of projects will we have, and what kind of outcomes are we deriving? And potentially there are many more questions that we could pose here. But yes, so this was my kind of short intervention into the topic, and I see at least something is on the chat.
Thank you, Professor. So we do have the floor open for a few questions, and the professor from Tilt Eleanor, and you can correct me if I pronounce incorrectly, from Estonian Business School. Yes, Professor, please. I see you have 3 questions, right? Unless there's some additional ones.
Yeah. Thank you. Greetings from Tallinn. So, well, I completely agree that we need to develop entrepreneurship education, and my questions are inspired, but not so much by good life. of Western societies, but risks, global risks. So my first question is really that should we teach also more risks related to entrepreneurship? Especially if you are an innovative entrepreneur. I have myself invested to 8 startups and not yet money back. But at the same time, in some societies, it might be also a risk not to be an entrepreneur, because then you don't have any income at all. So I think that's one reason why Finland, despite very good support system, is not so high level of intensity of entrepreneurial activity in society, at least by Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. And second question is more such a proposal. If we deal with wars and crises and refugees, maybe instead of keeping them for a long time in refugee camps, we should try to use online learning to find such talented refugees who could join our startup teams in Europe.
Yes, thank you. I mean, if I start from the second part, I think this is a very good solution and interesting solution. And actually, Jukka-Pekka Heikkilä, who I showed, who is currently in Bogota in Colombia, at least, I mean, he has been involved in this kind of startup refugee activities. Well, he has also taught entrepreneurship in North Korea. So he has very unique profile and unique experiences in that regard. But yes, I think and this perhaps links to the idea of migration in more broadly. And I'm involved in another project currently where we look at the kind of the immigration into Finland, and I think there's a lot to do and kind of try to break the current kind of stiff molds of immigration, but of course it's not easy, because not everybody in Finland, for example, agrees to the idea of increasing immigration, although it would seem obvious based on the demographics here. But then yes, to the first question, we just recently kind of finalized another study for the Finnish government regarding the rate of entrepreneurship, and the conclusion is the same as has been for the past 20 years regarding that yes, the conditions in Finland to start up a business, to grow a business are excellent, but we are kind of lacking the entrepreneurs, as you pointed, Professor Eleanor. The fact being that Finland is as a kind of a society, we are not an entrepreneurial society, but we are a society who is very much rooted in the idea of salaried work. So all the systems if we think about kind of pensions, if we think about social security, if we think about any system, it is built on the idea that one is in salaried work. And then to say to people that, you know, you should take risks and become more entrepreneurial, it's very challenging, and it requires kind of I think it requires changing the systems and then molding the culture gradually. But so it's very tricky and very challenging.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions? So, Ina, yeah, please.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Ulla. Great to listen to you. Very interesting talk. While I was listening, I had this question that a bit links to Teet's question on inequalities and being hungry or being full.
Mm.
So for entrepreneurs who are in survival, or for student teams who are maybe doing entrepreneurship not because of opportunities, but because it's societal hype. How do you make them consider these social aspects if their primary goal is the survival, to satisfy the basic needs?
Yes, I fully agree, and I think this also relates to the kind of the global scale of this. That for example, when thinking about promoting kind of environmental sustainability and banning coal, and then if coal is the is the only thing that you can use for heating and sort of making dinner, so of course it's very unfair for us from the kind of the Western elite position to say this, and the same goes to the question of regarding kind of bio-based businesses, and that's why I think we cannot look at the kind of the solutions or the challenges in isolation, but we need to understand that, for example, the social inequality and solving that is as important for the environmental sustainability as for solving the environmental sustainability in order to not to aggravate any more social inequalities. So I think but this is exactly the point why these are so challenging, because they are connected to one another. So if we have drought in some place, so then the people will suffer, and the social inequalities will increase. And while they increase, that there may be kind of quick solutions that will actually kind of contribute more to the environmental challenges. So that's why I think it's very important, but also equally challenging. And I don't have any easy solutions to put on the table. But yes, I agree. Yeah.
Thank you. So few more questions. Am I missing somebody? So. Yes, Professor Volkova, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ulla. It was really interesting and very thoughtful. Therefore, would be very interesting to read again and to think over the content of your presentation, if you could share with us. But I do have one question regarding this entrepreneurship education's ecosystem. We know that this character of being entrepreneur, it's already have to be shaped maybe and formed better during primary, secondary schools and so on. And then school teachers have to take care about it. And my question is how we could translate better your research findings, your colleagues' research findings regarding entrepreneurship education with the school teachers, and how to integrate them better into this entrepreneurship education ecosystem, especially keeping in mind that there is a trend, and probably it will be growing in the future, that more and more young people will become self-employed, this gig economy, and they also lifestyle business is growing, and we have to be aware of what's happening also in schools and what are the aims of life, and how to form those personalities which could contribute to entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very good question. And one thing, well, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm going to make myself very popular here, but but one thing that I have been criticizing and some other colleagues have been criticizing is this very strong business focus in entrepreneurship education, even at the primary school. So for example, in Finland and in many countries, there's a very a lot of the initiatives are based on this idea that entrepreneurship education takes place in this kind of business format. There are these mini companies being formed, and they compete in the competitions. And I'm not saying that that's all inherently bad, but maybe there could be new ways of doing entrepreneurship education, especially in the primary education and in the early stages. And this links to my kind of last question, that okay, who do we bring into the classroom? What kind of stakeholders we are doing? What kind of assignments? What kind of projects we are sort of introducing in the entrepreneurship education? And I would say that this could be particularly important in the primary education to kind of break this strong business connotation and kind of perhaps cultivate more this kind of enterprising behavior, this ability to think anew and to think differently and to seek for these solutions together with not only business partners but other stakeholders.
Yes, thank you so much. And it means that it could become also a policy on municipality level, on maybe regional level and country level, how to create these enterprising minds already starting from schools, and then we could develop further during higher education. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again. We have maybe space just about for one last question. If not, then we are spot on time. And with that, I would be very happy. Oh, there is. So we will pause for a second. We do have a question from Hamid Joshi, if I pronounce correctly.
Yeah, correctly. Thank you, Ulla. It's really nice conversation. I agree with 1 or 2 points, and I wanted to ask about the Tatiana's comment. So first of all, I go with the Professor Tit said that if the risk taker are there, then there should be something to restrict the risk. Because if someone is investing 10 or 12 startups, and after that it's not work and they collapse, then government or bank have to suffer the things. So there should be something like that. Second thing Tatiana said about the policy. So this is what I am also thinking, because the awareness is not towards to the university student or the people who wanted to do some startup or innovation or entrepreneurs, because they have lack of knowledge or they don't have necessities to do the become an entrepreneur. So if this kind of policies are there, or university comes into the role or ground and they start to do that things, then it might be possible. So do you think like this kind of research can be done?
I'm not sure.
So do you reflect on that?
I'm not sure if there was a question, or I kind of did not understand the question exactly, but I think yes, it's important to develop policies, of course, so that it's and this links, for example, also to the risks and whether there is kind of a what happens when you fail, and is there kind of some policies that will be there in place, or is it at your own risk that you are doing things? So of course, important.
Okay, so
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I would definitely love to continue conversation. This is really a fascinating topic, but I'm looking also on time and mindful of the many things we have to do this afternoon. So with that, I would like to invite our second speaker the Professor Tanya Lepaho. And again, you please correct me if I'm pronouncing your names incorrectly. Who is from Lahti University of Technology, Finland. And she will be speaking on the strengths of family firms in growth and internalization. Professor Lepaho works as a professor of entrepreneurship at the Lund Business School at the Lahti University of Finland. Her research concerns firm internalization, entrepreneurship strategy, family firms, networks, business history, and process approach. She approaches firm internalization holistically, not only through the firm level, but through the individuals running the internalization in the context for the firms and individuals who derive from and travel through. Her research has been published in leading international scholarly journals, including Journal of International Business Studies, Entrepreneurship Theory and Practice, British Journal Management, Family Business Reviews, International Business Review, Journal of Small Business Management, and others. In 2017 to 2023, she ran a personal 5-year academy in Finland research fellow funding on the internalization of family firms. And she has worked previously on a tenure track position at the University of Jyväskylä School of Business and Economics as a senior lecturer, also at Edinburgh University of Business School. And again, Professor, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And many thanks for inviting me to deliver this speech. So I'm now trying to share my screen, and let's see what happens if everything goes fine. Yes, do you see it?
We do, we see it well.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
Yes, great. So indeed, my presentation concerns family firms and their growth and internationalization. And I'm actually sharing mostly about the strategic choices of the most successful family firms. And why I wanted to detail this is because in a way I have had many types of family firms in my samples or case studies, which are about more than 50 in Finland and then some dozens from abroad. Then I'm now emphasizing what the most successful and the bigger ones out of the cases have been doing strategically. So thank you for the introduction. So I won't share more about myself, but maybe just like that, I'm very interested in family firms overall because they are so human and longitudinal and very interesting types of companies. And the contents of this today are divided into two parts. At first, I will share some features of family firms and share about two trending family business theories, socio-emotional wealth and bifurcation bias. This is just to back up the academic part of how family firms are nowadays treated. And then I will move on to the strategic choices and the strength part. So I will share about 16 strategic choices of most successful family firms. And I'm sharing these insights on the basis of my existing and ongoing research. So I basically went through my research from this perspective and then recognized these 16 points basically for this speech. So this is no one study where I have so far illustrated these 16 points. So how are family firms? I would like to share a few things about them. So first of all, it's very problematic that the definitions what a family firm is and how it is defined, they vary a lot. So if you go and see research on a family firm internationalization, you would see very mixed results, and partially the results are so mixed if family ownership is a good thing or a bad thing for success or for the internationalization overall. It depends on how they have been defined. And this is of course quite problematic because we should rather find a more unified approach how to define a family firm. So some American studies and other studies as well, they talk about 20-share ownership. And then there are some studies that where you need to have 4 criteria fulfilled. So you need to have the ownership, management, continuity, and then also subjective perception that the person who you are interviewing feels like it's a family firm. My approach has always been about the three criterion, which means that they are truly family firms and not just like some small share of ownership. So I have the ownership where you should have more than 50% of the shares or votes in the family. And then I have the managerial perspective that also has to be fulfilled so that there is one or more family members in key management positions. And then still this continuity perspective is present. So it means that there needs to be representatives of more than one generation actively involved with the business. So this means that the results I'm talking about are very much of businesses that are strongly family related in ownership, management, and continuity perspectives. And okay, how to characterize family firms? Otherwise, there are many different ways to do it, but they are longitudinal, they are very personal. The name is very much intertwined with the family company name quite often. They are agile because they have quite low hierarchical structures in general. Of course, there are also very big family firms where this might not be the case, but especially family SMEs. They are very human, responsible, and they have a lot of perseverance. So they really want to take things forward because they exist for a different reason than for a short-term financial economic result. Many of these are actually hidden champions. So, for example, one of the only manufacturers of the best organs in the world, and so on. So they are quite often niche players and quite hidden because they might be medium-sized, and they may quite often they also do things for other businesses. And now briefly about the socio-emotional wealth perspective, which is the most trending family business theory. So it is based on describing the uniqueness of family firms in 5 different dimensions. And I have been using this quite much, but this is a very wide perspective and still quite theoretical. So it is a big job to use all of these nuances in one study. But anyway, so here you can see what they look at. So they look at family control and influence. So if family owns everything or part, if it's fragmented in between several family members or just like one family member, and then if it's like the first generation father and mother type of business, or then if there are siblings as owners, cousins as owners, and so on. Identification with the firm, it's quite general that family firms or family firm owners and managers feel like that they are so identified with the firm that they equal the firm. But then some other companies might be much less identified, that it's only a business for them. And then there are these strong bonding ties, which means that when you are born in a family and you do business with the family, it means that you have especially trustworthy and close relationships, and it can be made a strength, but sometimes it could also be a weakness. Because then if there are arguments and negative things going on in the family, then it also comes to the business side. Emotional attachment is describing that you are generally much more emotionally attached to the company than if you don't kind of own a family firm. And it might be too strong that in a way you take all the business matters and problems too personally, and you suffer in your personal life from them too much. But then it could be also too weak, because of course the drive and love for the business, it's also a positive thing. And then one of the 5 components is the transgenerational succession. And here the divide goes, for example, in between if the managers think that it's absolutely necessary to pass on the company to the next generation, or if it's rather an opportunity. Because if you see it rather as an opportunity, then it's a bit more easy for the company to kind of wait for a good successor to arrive, but not to force anybody to that position. And the results mainly overall tell that in a way, like the medium amount of each of these elements is optimal for the family firm. So not too much, but not too little of each, then you take the family business specific features as competitive advantages for your company. And yeah, so here you can see that it's written or initiated by Gomez Mejia et al. I have also used it, and then there are plenty of other studies recently published that are using socio-emotional wealth from some perspective. The other trending approach is bifurcation bias, and I like this approach a lot because it's a bit more simple to apply to research. So it also describes the core of family firms, that there are heritage assets and commodity assets. And the family business managers, especially over time, should not be biased to only prefer the heritage assets. And the heritage assets are indeed related to something very specific for the family. So family members, foundational product lines, heritage locations and plants, and some other family business driven features. And it's quite general in family firms that do not grow so well, that they prefer too much the family issues, and they don't prefer enough, put preference to commodity assets, which are related to non-family managers and employees and other assets that the family doesn't have such an attachment to. So they might, in all decision making, just always think about the heritage assets and not very much about commodity assets. And like I will show in the next slide, so usually if you are too biased towards family assets, heritage assets, then you will do poor decisions in international expansion over time. And it also is so that if you are thinking of family heritage assets too much, then you don't also make these socio-emotional wealth elements like strong emotional attachment and so on advantages to your company, but you in a way are not that kind of person who has really good social capital and you would take benefit of it, but you just focus too much on the family relationships inside the family. And also my quite recent study is related to this. And so that if the companies were very much thinking of heritage assets, then they were focusing too much on the family relationships and also on making the extant relationships abroad too much like family type relationships, which takes a lot of resources from the firm, and they didn't build an extended network or end problematic networks because they in a way thought like this needs to be done like in thick and thief, just like in marriages that you just bear with everything. So here the consensus would be that you get benefit from the ability to have somewhat more longitudinal and close relationships and the longitudinal perspective, but then you don't go overdoing the social side of relationships. But I will share a bit more about this in a while. And now I will go to the 16 strategic choices by the most successful family SMEs, and also some even who have even outgrown the SME, the medium size, they have grown even large. So one central feature, these are not in any order. I'm not saying that this is the first one, but these vary and these depend on the industry as well and on the qualities of the company. But I'm just presenting them in some order. So one of the central features is that you would bring external people as part of government and management of the firm. So usually the companies that didn't bring any outsiders remained quite small because also in them the decision making was not very regular and it just happened on a coffee cup, and there were maybe even not any memos made. So it was very even too unstructured. But then, like these quotes from my data show, external people help with the pace of executing changes and taking decisions. And then also you can even invite the best people in the industry to be aside you. And this is what the most advanced and the most successful companies have done. And then I already referred to this slowly, but the successful companies have some social interaction going on with the partners, but then they also extend the network. So they in a way take benefit of the family firm side, which is that you are very faceless and longitudinal, and you have a strong social element from the starting point, because that kind of partners are very generally wanted abroad. They don't want somebody who seems to be like a short-term choice for anything. And then, but it's still important that in the initial phase, the social element is very important, that you learn to know the person, because usually that's the way to get the trust and closeness and commitment and so on. But then later on, the extension needs to be enabled, that if you really build an extended family, that you want to have as close relationships with a wide variety of network ties, then you are too stuck with them. So the most advanced family firms, they had a kind of social interaction also later, but they made it kind of resource efficiently, so that they, for example, met in trade fairs with both resellers and customers. And then they sent emails. They had like reminders for themselves for birthdays and national days and so on, so that their partners feel like they are respected, but then they don't spend too much energy and money on that. And yeah, I'm not reading over the quotes because you are able to read them yourself, but they tell a lot about the choices, because it's really so that easily, especially in between family members, it becomes like friendship alongside the business, or even business alongside the friendship. So that's something unique for family firms that also are based on families and closeness. What the successful companies did is that they ensured production capacity, so that they had some digital twin idea or something else that they were able to know that if they get new markets and resellers, they would be able to produce enough. And then they also were increasing the foreign market base. Some of the small family firms that would have liked to grow made the choice of just having international business in very few markets. Of course, sometimes it was a necessity because they, for example, had a product that was very difficult to ship. But anyway, so they were doing that. So. And they were kind of open to any new market to be coming in the market portfolio. And how they did it, they also were quite resource saving with that. Quite often they asked from their customers that who would they like to buy from in another country, if they were like multinational customers, and existing resellers, if they know anybody suitable in other market areas and so on. So they, in a way, that way avoided also some pitfalls, because they already had some very good network ties in the first place. And then one of my ongoing studies is about the emotional climates of family firms. And I recognized in that ongoing study that in the most successful companies, you have this kind of empowering emotional climate. So in brief, it can be said that they are proud about the past and they are excited about the future. Whereas in destructive emotional climate companies, the family relationships and the feeling about the whole business was very negative and consuming and even destructive. So they felt like it's a family hell. And there is a lot of nepotism going on, that the father is only prioritizing the girl and not the son who is doing the biggest job and so on. And then the father kind of controls everything, although he should have retired, and the son has had the CEO position since a long time. Then the neutralized companies were doing also very well, but I could see somewhat difference with the empowered ones, so that they were kind of holding back emotions partially, because they felt like that way we will keep family and business separate and we will be doing better than if we let them bloom or come out. But here I would see that in comparison with the the empowering emotional climate companies, they had made the family side and the emotions a strength for the company. And then in one of my other studies with some other people, we kind of were able to see, it was a quantitative study that if there are too many emotions, then the internationalization suffers, especially if the emotions are very negative, but also if any positive feelings also intervene too much, because then you in a way are easily in a situation that you think too much of the family side of the business. But anyway, the family side is also the strength. So I was also able to see from my studies that the most successful companies have other contents than the enterprising involved with the business. So, for example, I was studying a Finnish forest company who has established museum in Mäntä, Serlachius Museum of Arts. So when I was looking at the 4 generations over time managing the business, I was able to see that different generations had different preferences, and the fact that they, for example, had this art museum and art collection was the reason why the 4th generation took over the company and developed also the business side of the company. And it can also be something else. It can be political roles of family members, that in a way you feel like you are an important political player, and then you maybe speak for entrepreneurship as well, that you are employing locally, you are continuing traditions of a community, and so on. And then also responsible choices, like one of the entrepreneurs was saying that he was proud of using local raw material, and that they are making nationally important work. But anyway, so these are important to recognize, and then also treasure, because they can be an important aspect that somebody feels comfortable about continuing the business and being involved with it. Then one further aspect was about the ownership strategy enabling continued success. So in a way that you make choices that can make the company sustainable. And here, for example, we had cases where there are some owners who just want dividends, and they don't care about developing the business, they just want the benefits. And the most successful companies have this kind of strategy that kind of family members can't take part in the government of the company, and they can be as owners. So then if they don't have the will and ability, both of them, then they need to leave the company. So you need to be having some good skills, but then also you need to have the motivation, and otherwise they wouldn't want those to be present. In the companies that have remained small, quite often the situation is quite different, that you have portfolio owners who just want some of them want their ownership to be safe, so that's why they hinder the manager, the owner who wants to make some good investments for the future. They prevent him from doing that because it might be risky, but then also they in a way just want to have what is out there at the moment, and it is not beneficial for the firm. What the most successful family firms also have done is that they have been innovative in crisis. So they have been using the Slack resources. It was obvious in one of my studies that company in special, and this is quite typical of family firms otherwise as well, is that they have some Slack resources, they do savings, and they might do quite little R&D in stable times when there's good demand and so on. But then when a crisis hits and the demand collapses, then they take the savings and then they start innovating. And for example, this company that we were studying in the 1990s recession, they introduced an entirely new business line. They benefited from the same material, but then they went to produce a totally new product. In the 2008-2009 financial crisis, they then went to narrowing down product range and relaunching retro designs, which was also something that they in a way used a lot of resources on to how do we go forward. They abandoned the bigger models entirely and so on. And now that they had this coronavirus pandemic, they went to digitalization of sales and production, and then development of electronic engine. So they are kind of using what is now out there in the business life that you should be fulfilling. So if you want to be competitive, so I believe that each time they have been looking at what is needed now, and then they use the resources when there are little customers coming and approaching, then they use the resources on something else, and then they didn't need to outlay their employees either. What's also typical of successful firms is that they are benchmarking competitors, whether they are small or big. They always go and talk to competitors, and in a way, competitors are an essential part of their networks because they always arrange meetings with them, and they might be in the similar types of political functions, deciding about the industrial issues and so on. But anyway, so like one of the CEOs of Metsä, which is a big forest company in Finland, the second generation manager and owner was saying to his sons that it's very important that you look at the outland and inland markets, not too late, not too early, and then you would implement what is out there as a newness rather sooner or later. Because it's interesting that in the forest industry, Finland was not the leading innovator of technology, but they were the first ones to implement the technological innovations because of this. Like it's also other studies who are referring to the fact that family firms can sustain very profitable business enduring adverse economic climates, and that's not the case with some other types of companies who usually have big problems in that kind of crisis eras. I already referred to this. This can be one of the enterprising is something else than just the enterprise. So here we have like the political relationships that the CEOs of Serlachius and Walden families of current Metsä and UPM, they had roles of ministers, they were writing newspaper and magazine articles because they wanted to have an icebreaker, or they wanted to have a sales union for Finnish papers industry and so on. And they were managing industrial unions, meeting with state officials. So they were the ones who negotiated bilateral agreements for Finnish export in the protectionist era when after First World War, when the world was closed. And I believe that these are relevant nowadays because it seems like we are a bit more closed as world economy at the moment. And then in a way, all of their activities were about development of society for a better appreciation of entrepreneurship. What's also typical of these very successful middle-sized companies or large companies is that they have appreciated education and internationalization of the next generation. So already in the end of 19th century, for example, Gustav Adolf Serlachius, Gösta Serlachius of Metsä, the second and first generation CEOs were sending their heirs abroad and to the very best schools. Like for example, the third generation Erik Serlachius was studying in Dresden, Germany, Paris, France, and then he was doing traineeship in USA and even Canada. And so he was doing many of these things with the heirs of the best industry families in Europe. So he then also made excellent networks and knowledge, cultural understanding, and language knowledge as well. And this is also one of the aspects that I can see that the biggest companies had really good language skills, and they knew that it's important. Nowadays, quite many think that you can cope with English and you can do with English very well anywhere, but I don't agree. because you might cope, but you don't succeed. You don't make the best result with that kind of approach, because everybody is a human being, and they feel much nicer if you appreciate their culture and language, even with a few phrases. And also in relation to this education and internationalization, they were doing all kinds of duties in the own enterprise as well, starting from the cleaning and organizing the storage and so on. So they knew very well what the business was about, which is a benefit in the long term, that they really know what people are doing in the company. The most successful companies had also made the nationality and locality a positive part of business. So now these examples are from Finland, but of course there are then national specific, what is the uniqueness in your country. But anyway, so what was most appreciated by international partners is that they would see the genuine ordinary home. So they, because it is something, you can go to restaurants and many types of places yourself, but you don't get to an ordinary home unless you are invited. And then, for example, the sauna is very Finnish, so they were doing this kind of 8 saunas and 7 days tours. And Lapland, reindeers, Santa Claus, archipelago, and nature, and some kinds of foods were also in the mentioned in the list that they mentioned about how they made Finland a positive part of business, because that way their partners were exposed to something extraordinary and new that they wouldn't know as people without this relationship. And then how I would characterize the most successful companies is that they had a belief in the impossible with moderate risk taking. So it means that they were taking big risks, but never such risks that they could lead it into an immediate bankruptcy. And that they could basically carry in all possible circumstances. So in a way, they would easily solve that investment with some move if something bad happened with that. But it is not about not doing anything or being very incremental. So the most successful companies did take moves, and they did take loans and that sort of things to be able to go forward. What these companies were also doing is that they had a good understanding of the end customer, and they were active about relationships overall. And this is something that Finnish companies quite often don't have, that they were just like the smaller ones were just dealing with agents or resellers, and they didn't even know who their end customers were. Whereas the most successful companies, although they would use agents or resellers, they still met with the end customers. So, and why they did that? Well, for many reasons. That way they can develop the strategy of the company so that they really know what the customers feel and what they want. And then that was also a way to train the reseller to talk about the business in a positive and in a correct way, because many times they have several products to represent, and they wouldn't then know how to represent the company and product genuinely. And then also, like one of the CEOs of a middle-sized company was saying that if he uses his resources for this kind of visits, then the customer has the feeling that they are very important, and then they would buy from them in the future as well, or do the first order with them, in comparison if they just send some very faceless person to do the sales. So here, if you are both an owner and a manager and you still go and meet people, that's a big thing. What these biggest companies and well-growing companies also did, that is they were agile in decision making, and they used artificial intelligence and digitalization. Well, artificial intelligence is something that is very recently emerging, but anyway, so the agility is related to this, that you have low hierarchies, so that you can have, and you should have, a management group and a government, and they should have meetings, but then still you can call a meeting very quickly without any large formalities or long processes. And that is one way of outperforming the bigger, larger hierarchical companies. And then, for example, about this digitalization, things go forward. I had a case where the father was very worried, who was just about to retire, that the email inbox was very empty. But then the son explained how he had been doing business in China through WeChat. And that is the way of doing business in China at the moment. It isn't only the contract is then sent to your email. And yeah, like Monica was saying, that already in 2016, 50% of services trade was digitized and 12% of the goods trade. And then the Skype calls already corresponded to 46% of the calls, international calls. So, and now that we have had the pandemic in between, the shift has been even more dramatic. And then the artificial intelligence is something that each company should think about now, that if they are able to simplify something and be more resource saving about marketing, sales, communication, deliveries, production, and so on. So altogether, what I would say about the companies, family firms who were the most successful, they emphasized the tradition and values and had a responsible ownership base. So especially when they were making some very big investment decisions, they were thinking about what they exist for and what their ancestor would have done. But then they still think about the future in the positive way, in such a way that they would like to keep the family business in the family also in the future. And then they keep the feet on the ground and are aware of the roots. And then they kind of think that the money is just as a loan for one generation, and that you should not use it too much, like it was also in the previous thinking there, that you need to be wise with the ownership arrangements. So in a way, I would say that these companies were expanding globally, so they were able to have a large market portfolio, which was constantly expanding, and then also they had social enough relationships, but not too social relationships, and then many of other strategic choices. And I just collected some quite interesting quotes still to end. So how family brings good values to business, and then the upbringing and family traditions create base for failure. So in a way, was success or failure. So in a way, they also, the business managers and owners were also referring how important it is to raise your children or upbring them in a good way. And they also see that with family ownership, the prosperity that they use is socially in a much better and efficient use than if it was owned by the state. And I think it's also a very interesting and true statement that they, in a way, want to be creating a solution to something good, and they see that it's better that they do it as a family firm and own it. And about the trending theoretical top theorizations that I mentioned, so socio-emotional wealth and bifurcation bias, what you need to grow and succeed is that you have rather moderate than high amounts of different elements of socio-emotional wealth, and then that you overcome bifurcation bias, that you don't emphasize family heritage assets too much over commodity assets over time. Yes, so thank you for your attention, and you can see my email address below if you want to contact me for some reason. But thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Professor Leppäho. It's fascinating and I think it would agree, very exhaustive and very detailed topic, and a great presentation. So we do have, I see there's one question from the Professor Brahm Sharma. Professor, do you want me to read it, or you want to ask yourself?
I can ask it myself.
Good.
See, Professor, I was thinking that in a family owned businesses which run for generations. I have seen in situations like that, I find that even many employees from the join from the parents have worked there, and their children also work there, and so on and so forth. So would that also be called a heritage asset, because loyalty will be tremendous, the commitment levels will be very high, and would that be a very positive heritage asset for the family owned companies?
Well, I think so. It of course depends that if you are very lucky and you have really good emotional bonds and that kind of state of affairs, then it's just very positive that you would have family members there. So it's maybe also case by case what is. But I would say that yes, it is a heritage asset, and sometimes it's quite hard to situate everything either or on the side. If you think about long-term employees or some local collaborators, so they can be just like your family members, and you could also think of them quite much. So that's a good question, and I don't have any direct or right answer to that, but I would say that it sounds like they could be heritage assets. And here the thinking is that that heritage assets are important and they should be thought of, but not only, so that in many situations you would be disadvantaged over time if you don't think about the business as well, and if you don't bring outsiders as well. And why it is partially that if you are with your very close friends and family members all the time, you would see the world in a very similar way, and you probably would ignore something that is emerging or important, because when somebody comes from a different social background, from different working background and so on, they would have a different view of approaching things and seeing things. And it's always good when different views are brought together, then your decisions are made on a more solid basis.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we are, any more questions? We are actually right on time for break for lunch. As the professor had mentioned, she posted kindly her email. So if anybody else might have additional question, or during the break might a new question emerge, please do so email her. And in the meantime, we will have an hour break, a little bit less than an hour. Right now it's 12:15 Riga Helsinki time. Then we would kindly ask you to convene back at 13:10 at 1 p.m. at 10. I would love to share my virtual coffee, so let's grab some lunch or coffee or cappuccino and or glass of white wine, as they do in Paris during the lunch hour. And so I'll be happy to see you then exactly at 1:10. So have a lovely break.
Thank you.
Vairs nekur nav jābrauc uz pleciem ar somu, jo Latvijā ir Einsteina nākotnes autoskola. Viss notiek elektroniski, piesakies jau tagad. Skūterim, mocim, vieglajam vai smagam, viņiem ir jaunākais autoparks Latvijā.
Conference war das diesen.
Kāpēc mamma meitenei neatbild? Mamma neatbild tādēļ, ka viņa nezina, kā
Tas bija prequels, tagad Jumbo XXL. Čiuril, te Gustavo, ievērtē Spotify. Mums ar Singapūras satīnu jauns gabals. Čiuril.
So we are back. I'm certain the majority of you had a lovely lunch. We had an opportunity to stretch and get ready for our earlier session today, kind of scoping in, zoning in a little bit on the smaller scale. Let's invite our next speaker, the Professor Justinas Luoma from Lithuania, who is going to be talking about his keynote. Adapters are adapting to microeconomic challenges. Justinas Luoma is Industrial Insights Manager at Euromonitor International with focus on industrial supply chain and mobility research. Based in Vilnius, he has 10 years of experience in the industry. He leads Euromonitor's industrial research and provides thought leadership on industrial supply chain, commodity, and mobility market trends. Justinas advises clients across manufacturing, packaging, logistics, automotive, consulting, and government sectors on key industrial and manufacturing technology trends. And prior to joining Euromonitor, Justinas worked as a consulting sector, specializing in transportation research and development fields. Well, Justinas, welcome to Riga, at least.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Aigars.
We are delighted and honored to have you in our conference. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the nice introduction. I'll start sharing my screen then. I hope it works. And just try to enter full screen mode. So I hope you can see the slides in full screen now. Okay, perfect. So hello.
So did we lose it? Did we lose them?
Hello. I see there is some technical problems with Justina's connection. So we will wait him back and Igor's.
No, Justinas is back.
Yeah,
We don't-
I'm back.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay.
yeah, there was a problem with connection. So let me start again.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, I hope you can see now.
Right. Yes, we do.
Yeah. So as I was saying, we are providing market intelligence data across 100 countries. And the research expertise spans across different sectors. So from consumer product services, personally, I'm working mainly with supply chain analytics and economics. So the data I will be sharing today is covered mainly by our economist teams in Vilnius and Düsseldorf offices. And yeah, we will be covering mainly supply chain and economics trends. And this is the outlook of the presentation. So first of all, I'm just planning to cover the new economic reality, what it is, and basically where we are standing at the moment. Then I will delve deeper into long-term changes that are impacting business and economic environment over the long term. And lastly, we will explore how companies are adapting and which strategies they are planning to use to adapt to these new changes. So to start with new economic reality, at the moment we are facing a new macroeconomic environment, which seems like to last for longer. So we are entering a new economic phase at the moment, and this is expected to shape the macroeconomic policies and business landscape across the next decade. So the key changes we are seeing at the moment is high inflation rate and slower growth. We also see rising cost of capital. We also observe globalization reset trends. And lastly, we are entering a difficult phase in the global labor markets, and we will continue to have those issues in the labor markets for the upcoming decade. So what does it mean for the global economy? So basically, we are facing slower growth, weaker trade volumes, and higher inflation rates. So for example, for 2023, real GDP growth globally is forecast to grow by 2.5%, which is among the weakest rate in decades. On the other hand, inflation still remains quite high. So global inflation rate is forecast to reach 7% this year. This is above around 4% average during the last decade. And international trade is also shrinking. So for example, trade share as a percentage of global GDP reached 55% in 2022, and this was down from 60% we observed a decade ago. And there are many factors driving these changes. So those include global disruptions. So for example, we have geopolitical tensions, we have new technologies emerging, we have climate change. So those global disruptions, they can provide both challenges and opportunities for the companies, but for the macroeconomic environment, it just creates more uncertainty. It adds to slower growth, higher inflationary pressures, and put more turbulences on the global economy. We also see macro headwinds such as increased recessionary risks, higher inflationary pressures, higher cost of capital. So this also changes the macro landscape. And lastly, we have population change. So we have an issue of aging populations, shrinking labor markets, and migration flows that do impact economic productivity and economic growth in general. So this is where we stand at the moment. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of new changes coming to the global economy. And we can go a little bit deeper into each factor and analyze how it impacts global economic environment. So one of the key challenges that global economy is facing is increased stagflation risks, which means we could enter a phase where economy is growing slower and inflation remains at a higher rate for the longer period than we anticipate. So one of the Euromonitor's products is Macro Model. So this is essentially a tool that helps to model different economic scenarios and measure spillover effects. So within this model, global stagflation scenario at the moment is the key risk to the global economy, and the probability of global stagflation is around 30% at the moment, so it's quite high. And the main assumptions under this scenario are if we have continued energy supply constraints, lower investments, also weaker private and consumer confidence hurt global GDP growth. And lastly, we continue to have supply chain disruptions that slow down growth and add to the inflationary pressures. So if all these factors materialize, we can have global stagflation, and it would have negative and long-lasting effects on the global economy. So on the picture here on the left side, you can see GDP growth difference from the baseline scenario from 23 to 2030. So what we see that emerging countries and export-dependent economies are the most vulnerable to global stagflation. And in many cases, disruptions would be long-lasting and they will extend well into 2026 or 2027. In some countries, for example, in China, Poland or Romania, those stagflationary effects could extend well into 2030. So this slower growth, high inflation rate is one of the key challenges for the global economy, and it's also a challenge for the businesses, and they will have ways how to adapt to the situation. Another issue is inflation. On the one hand, we are seeing declining inflation rates, at least in the largest economies. But if we look into the long-term structural drivers of inflation, those are also increasing. So inflationary pressures are also likely to persist for longer. So on the short term, we have problems such as transportation bottlenecks. So green transformation can increase energy prices temporarily. So those two factors are adding to the inflationary pressures over the short term. But those two are likely to have very limited effects over the long-term period. But if we look into other factors, for example, commodity price volatility, high debt levels, globalization reset, labor market issues. So these are the indicators and the factors that will continue to drive or put more pressure on inflation over the long-term period. So for example, commodity prices can can increase input costs for companies. High debt levels can create inflation bias for governments. Because of globalization reset, we can lose some of the efficiencies, and problems in the labor markets also add to the wage pressures and increase prices of services. And energy market is quite important. It's important for every business, and it's a good example how increased volatility in the commodity markets can affect business environment and inflation. So over here in this chart, you can see quarterly energy prices in Europe from 21 and forecast up to 24. So you can see we had very sharp rise in both oil and gas prices in 2022, although now situation is moderating, and this is due to slower economic growth and improved energy efficiency, which helps to cap energy price increases. But on the other hand, we continue to have risk factors. For example, if we have colder winter in 2023, it could add increased demand for gas and increase the prices. Also, we can have additional spillovers from the war in Ukraine. OPEC quite recently announced oil supply cuts, and even the factors like faster growth in China could also have an effect on the energy markets. So this increased uncertainty, increased volatility makes predictions for the businesses and operations for the businesses much harder than we had a few years ago. And also, energy basically is the backbone of the economy, and what happens in energy markets to a large extent will determine how manufacturing sector is performing. So on this chart, for example, you can see industries with the largest energy intensity, so how much they spend on oil and gas and electricity as a share of total costs. So chemical products, you can see it's the most energy intensive sector. On average, it spends around 12% of total costs on energy products. And chemical products are used in virtually all the B2B and manufacturing industries. So if you have energy supply problems, if the prices rise, naturally it affects chemical products output, and it could lead to ripple down effects further down across the supply chain and manufacturing sector. Similarly, for example, we have wood and paper and rubber and plastic industries. So they both are also quite energy intensive, and a lot of paper and plastic products are used for producing packaging materials. So again, if something happens in the energy markets or other commodity markets, it does affect the supply of packaging materials, and at the end, even the end consumer, even us as buyers, could be affected because of the higher prices. So basically, this increased volatility in the energy and other commodity markets just makes it more difficult for the companies to operate. We also briefly touched on the rising cost of capital. So this is also one of the long-term changes for the global economy, and it changes the business landscape as well. So in this chart, you can see central bank policy rates in selected countries. And you can see that over the last decade, roughly from 2009 to around 2018-19, we had very low interest rates. But it seems like the period of low interest rate cycle is over, and we are entering a new economic cycle, which will lead to higher capital costs. So it means both companies and governments will have to adjust their financial policies. And the rising cost of capital combined with high debt levels of governments create this inflation bias that I mentioned. So in this chart, you can see public debt levels in the top 10 largest economies. And basically in other countries, the debt has almost doubled. Germany is the only exception over here. So as interest rates rise, as borrowing costs increase, this can create some inflation bias for the governments, because inflation can artificially reduce this debt burden for the global economy. So not only higher cost of capital will impact companies directly or impact investments or productivity growth, but it can also have some effects on the global inflation as well. And labor market issues is another big challenge for the global economy and for the companies. And aging population is one of the long-term issues that will continue to impact macroeconomic environment. On the left-hand side chart over here, you can see the share of population aged 50 years or more by regions. And for example, in Europe, around 40% of population is forecast to be aged 50 years or more in 2030. So this will further add to the shrinking labor market pool and add to the labor market challenges. And naturally, more labor-intensive industries, or the ones that hire more workers, will feel the heaviest impact. So sectors such as agriculture, construction, retail sector, these employ the largest number of employees globally. So these industries will face the highest risks due to labor market issues. And population aging will also have broader effects on the economic growth and productivity as the share of working age population is forecast to further shrink. And this is something we haven't experienced before. The countries and companies will have to find new ways how to deal with the situation. And unfortunately, no quick fix solution is available at the moment. We just have to think harder and figure out the way how to come out of this. But overall, shrinking labor pool is a global phenomenon. It affects both developed and emerging economies. For example, among the largest economies, you can see that China, USA, Germany will experience continuous decline in working age population by 2030. And India here, among the largest economies, is likely to be an exception, and it will continue to enjoy the growing labor pool. So it is also likely that India could emerge as a new economic growth driver over the next decade. And lastly, geopolitical tensions is another long-term risk that threatens productivity and economic growth. So for example, we have war in Ukraine. We also see rising tensions with China. So this just adds more uncertainty to the global business landscape, to the global supply chains. And these uncertainties continue to contribute to the globalization reset trend. So for example, companies are aiming to improve their supply chain resilience and relocate part of the production from China to other countries. And we see that this globalization reset trend has really accelerated since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. And generally, global trade continued to stagnate since 2020. So for example, here you can see global trade as a share of global GDP from 1970 to 2023. So as of 2022, the share of trade as a global GDP reached 55%. So basically, we are back at the same level as we had in the year 2000. So what this means, it creates additional challenges for the global economies, and as we can lose some of the efficiency gains across the supply chains that arose thanks to the globalization and thanks to the free trade. And another issue from geopolitical tensions is the ongoing formation of trade blocs, which is quite a big issue for the global economy. And International Monetary Fund quite recently did a research on this topic. So over here, they used FDI outflows from the USA, and they measured the countries, whether those outflows are going to countries that have geographic proximity or if they are politically close to the USA. So economic logics would indicate that FDI should flow to the countries that are physically proximate to the USA, but in fact, we can see that the situation is different, and FDI flows has increased to the countries that are geopolitically close to the USA. So this confirms that there are some rising geopolitical tensions, and there is a potential formation of the trade blocs. So what this means for the global economy, it's likely we could see slower growth. For example, IMF estimates that global GDP could contract by 2% because of this shift to the global economic blocs. And additionally, some of the countries or regions could be caught in between, and this could make it more difficult to trade or implement economic policies. So for example, USA is the most important trade partner for the European Union, and around 20% of all EU exports are going to the USA. But at the moment, we are seeing rising geopolitical tensions and rising China and US tensions. So European Union, for example, could be caught in between. So on the one hand, it still exports quite heavily to the USA, but China is also quite an important market for some exporters. So this is just an example from EU perspective, but it could change some trade policies and require some changes in industrial policies as well. So just to recap, we are entering a phase of higher uncertainty. So we could say that uncertainty becomes the new certainty or the new norm. We see quite significant changes in globalization trend. We're starting to see labor market issues, and it's also likely that some of the inflationary pressures will also persist for longer and will put pressure on the global economy and the business environment. And now we can take a look how companies are actually adapting to these challenges and what strategies they are planning to implement. So every year, Euromonitor does a global company survey, and late in 2022, in the fourth quarter of 2022, we also did the most recent company survey. Basically, just ask companies to indicate what are the key challenges and the key plans for the upcoming years. So based on the survey results, we found out that supply disruptions still remain among the key issues for companies, and 51% of companies globally stated that they continue to fail supply chain disruptions in 2022. And naturally, the companies are reacting to that. So 56% of companies also stated they plan to invest more into supply chain resilience. And another interesting thing we found is that regulatory burden and taxation changes do increasingly impact global business environment and companies on the micro level. So 21% of companies globally also indicated that taxation and regulations did have extensive impact on their daily operations in 2022. If you go to transportation and shipping disruptions, so over here we can see response comparisons by region. So there are some variations, but in general, we see that companies across all regions did face or do continue to face transportation and shipping disruptions. So we could say that this is not related to one single region. It is more of still of a global trend. And in terms of industries, we see that industries with long supply chains and more reliant on efficient transportation networks suffer the most from these transportation disruptions. So for example, 83% of packaging companies globally stated they experience extensive supply chain disruptions, and 74% of beauty and personal care and 64% of retailing companies also experience extensive transportation disruptions in 2022. So those two, beauty, personal care, and retailing, they are very highly reliant on efficient transportation networks. In terms of taxation policies, over here we see some significant differences across the industries, and generally, manufacturing sector is the most heavily affected. So companies from automotive, beauty and personal care, and food industry stated that they felt the most significant effect from changes in taxations or regulation. So stricter environmental policy and emission regulations do heavily impact automotive industry, and also historically, we also saw higher regulation on beauty and personal care or food industries because of higher public health safety concerns stemming from these sectors. But overall, it is likely that these regulatory pressures are likely to further increase and put more pressure on companies. We have ongoing green transformation. We start to see some changes in trade policies. We continue to have labor market issues. So these factors are likely to add to the regulatory pressure. So regulatory environment is likely to become a factor that the companies will also have to monitor more closely over the next few years. But despite all these challenges and all these disruptions, companies in general still feel very optimistic, and in large, they are planning to focus on growth. So 64% of the companies that participated in the survey stated that the growth is the top priority for them in 2023. And also 55% stated that they plan to focus more on brand building, which also relates to the sales growth. And we also see that cost pressures are also quite important issue for the companies. So around half of the companies in the survey indicated that they plan to focus more on cost reduction. So growth and cost discipline are the two main areas or the top priorities at the moment for the companies. In terms of how these targets could be achieved, over here we see four major trends that are emerging. So one of them is production reshoring. So in order to diversify operating risk, we see that companies are planning to relocate part of the production from Asia to Europe or other regions. Also, supply chain diversification is a big topic for the companies. So instead of relying on the mega suppliers, companies are now making efforts to create a network of smaller suppliers or regional suppliers. The next big trend we see emerging is ongoing investments into automation, and it's likely to grow even further over the next 5 years. So partly production automation is driven by these production reshoring efforts, and without automation tools, very often it wouldn't be economically feasible to relocate production from Asia to other regions. And partly labor market challenges also force the companies to invest more into production automation tools. And the last big thing we are seeing is emergence of digital tools and e-commerce focus. Again, the COVID-19 pandemic showed that not only it is important to have diversified production network, but it's also equally as important to have diversified sales channels. So companies are implementing digital strategies. They're planning to invest more into omni-channel sales expansion, invest into e-commerce platform to better protect against geopolitical risks. And we also asked the companies what are the key initiatives that the companies are planning to invest in the next 5 years, so more of a long-term focus. So over here we can distinguish 4 main areas where the companies are focusing. So supply chain resilience naturally is one of the key topics. Also green or clean technology investments are very important. Companies also plan to invest more into sustainable sourcing strategies, and energy efficiencies also became more important in 2022. And again, there are some variations by regions, but overall the results are quite similar. So these trends are also quite global. So globally, 56% of companies plan to invest more into supply chain resilience, 68% plan to invest more into sustainable sourcing, and 63% plan to invest more into green technologies. And speaking about supply chain resilience, so again, we see that manufacturing sector are mainly driving these changes. So beauty and personal care, packaging, food industries are expected to drive changes in the supply chains. And if you look from another perspective, so all of these industries were also quite heavily impacted by the transportation disruptions. So naturally, they are leading efforts to make the change. And another trend from this that we anticipate is ongoing production regionalization. So that means that production reshoring and changes in supply chains encourages creation of regional supply chains. So it means, for example, that instead of relying on one supplier in North America and another supplier in Asia, companies are planning to create semi-independent production hubs region. So for example, we do have a smaller supplier network located somewhere in Europe, and this could add more flexibility to the supply chains in times of emergencies. And this could also save on some transportation time for the companies. In terms of sustainability initiatives, over here we're also seeing some changes, especially in the manufacturing sector. So what we're seeing that sustainability is very important for the manufacturing sector, but at the same time, manufacturers also focus on efficiency. So for example, 86% of companies stated they plan to invest more into recycling efforts, 82% plan to invest more in sustainable sourcing initiatives, and 78% of manufacturers stated they plan to invest more into energy efficiency. So this is quite a big change. And if you would compare results from the previous years, so back then companies were focusing on initiatives such as circular economy, water consumption reduction, recycling initiatives, but now we are seeing that sustainability initiatives are gradually evolving. So companies are looking for ways how to reduce the environmental impact, but at the same time, they are looking for ways, for example, how to make supply chains more resilient by doing those sustainability changes, or how to improve energy efficiency. So this could be a win-win strategy for the companies in the long term. And lastly, we also did a survey on digital tools, and as the companies on which digital tools they are planning to focus on over the next 5 years. So probably unsurprisingly, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and automation are the top priorities for companies. So 50% of companies plan to increase spending on IoT tools. 42% plan to invest more in production automation and robotics, and 62% of companies plan to invest more into cloud computing. So popularity of cloud computing could be partly explained by the rise of AI tools. So those tools require more computing capacity, so it lifts demand for the cloud services, and also wider use of digital technologies and e-commerce platform across the businesses also lift demand for the cloud computing. But overall, digital tools and production automation tools will be a top priority for the companies over the next 5 years. So from the company perspective, even though we are seeing many challenges on the macro front, companies themselves still continue to face tougher regulatory challenges, supply chain issues, but nevertheless, we see that companies still remain quite optimistic. They continue to focus on growth. And it is anticipated that these investments into production automation tools, investments into supply chain resilience will make business environment and production networks much stronger and much more resilient for the future supply chain shocks. So thank you very much for your time. I do hope that
thank you, Justinas. Now let's see whether anybody has questions for. Well, maybe I will, if I can. I'm not an economist. I come from the arts field, and by nature, we're pretty cooperative people. We always look for opportunity to cooperate. With a great interest, actually, I followed your presentation, and fascinating, the very persuasive data. And of course, one of the key things that kept popping up, you repeated this several times, supply chains. But one thing that I'm curious as to, didn't seem, for me, again, I'm not an economist, but I'm really interested in the topic per se, is that you didn't really address maybe how do the sanctions, economic sanctions globally.
You're welcome.
Are sort of equated in your data. Because while I was reading recently, there was actually published data. So I just kind of like glanced over the article on one of the scientific journals, that 2/3 of the world is under some kind of economic sanctions. And so if the sanctions are to stay for foreseeable future as a part of the reality, I mean, that's a major shocker for global growth.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
The question would be, why did you, maybe I missed it, but it feels like I understand that diplomatically for political reasons, it's a very delicate thing, but I think it's very hard to talk about growth if we somewhat not address these issues.
Yeah, so yeah, I briefly mentioned those, but yeah, I didn't focus too much. But this IMF research that I mentioned, so this to a large extent, this relates, this creation of economic blocks to a large extent relates to what you said. So for example, US imposes sanctions on technology companies in China. So basically Chinese companies are becoming, let's say, some sort of a barrier that other companies from other regions also do not want to touch. And this leads to the creation of different economic blocks that do not collaborate with each other. And it does affect.
Sorry, if I interject here a little bit, but do you see that, I mean, what you have just said, that's absolutely correct, but that's sort of sounds more like a statement without opportunity to rectify it somehow. And that's sort of, when in this limbo state, we hope that it's going to be resolved. And there's no any kind of legal framework to change the course, because if the sanction regime is going to persist, the growth the next decade is going to be meager.
Exactly. So unfortunately, no, I'm not very optimistic on this topic. I don't see situation improving anytime soon. No, unless we have some political changes in Russia or China or the US. But if not, no, these sanctions regime, these fragmentation of the global economy into smaller blocks will continue to weigh on the global economy. And yeah, the next decade looks much bleaker than what we have over the last decade. So it's a big issue. I'm not very optimistic on this.
Well, I tremendously appreciate your honesty and your courage to actually raise these issues. And one of the things that I personally, I hope that other conference participants also share, what I found very attractive in your presentation to me as an artist, is that there was a very honest and very fairly, without me understanding a lot of data, actually seemed like very objective. And as I repeat this word again, an honest look, and that's I really appreciate that.
Maybe I can also give a few words on this, on supply chain changes. So on what you mentioned on sanctions, we also saw, I didn't include this in the slides because of time constraints, but generally we also saw that Eastern European companies and Western European companies, they did feel heavier impact or heavier supply chain disruptions than companies in other regions. And this has to do partly because of sanctions on Russia and commodity supply disruptions because of the war in Ukraine. So no, this is just I didn't include this, but probably if you think if you live in Europe, you can think about your own countries, and probably you will find plenty of examples how these sanctions and supply chain challenges do impact businesses or your daily life. So I didn't include this because of time constraints, but yes, it does affect global economy. And if you think harder, you can also connect these sanctions, how it can affect your own community, your own business environment, or your personal life. So that's also an issue that we can feel directly, and again, it's likely to linger on for longer, even though we wish that the things would improve very soon, but it's not likely to happen.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you. So anybody, anyone on the floor might have additional questions? So if not, we can proceed to our next section. Thank you again, Jonas.
Thank you.
Fantastic presentation. So the next presentation is, I'm very happy and honored to present our Associate Professor, Vice Rector of Research, Professor Walters Kaja, and our Research Project Manager, Gatis Balinskis, who will be talking and presenting results of the presentation titled Discovering the Invisibles, What the Official Statistics Don't Tell About Vulnerable Social Groups. This research, what is this research about? This is characteristics of modern developed economic systems often include uneven distribution, poverty, region, statistical discrimination, or affiliation of individuals with various interest groups whose ability to protect their common interests in the public sphere is very individual. And so the objective of this research is to define the individual socioeconomic demographic groups of the, quotes, invisibles, describe the most serious problems that the invisibles must face due to their status, quantify the costs related to the status of the invisible, and finally, The group will propose a set of measures and instructions for both the public and private sector that improve the quality of life of the invisibles. And so with that, I'd like to invite the Professor Walter Skaja and Project Manager Gatis Balinskis on the floor, and the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Igors. I'm going now to share my screen so that we can discover something that has been hidden for quite a time from the public view. We're talking of something called the invisibles. And well, as I hope you can see my screen now. Do you?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Great. So, discovering the invisibles of what actually is hidden behind the official statistics that cannot be revealed with the tools we have in our possession. This is the key thing we would love to explore today. So we will first look into the definition, who are the invisibles, what makes them invisible. Then we will look into the research methodology, which is rather novel, to assess how we can identify the invisibles. And finally, what do we know about those invisibles? We will share a couple of selected groups. As we are short on time, we couldn't probably cover them all, but we will look at the issues related to some of these groups and what can be a potential solution for their issues. So first, the invisibles themselves. So as Igor said before, some economic inequality is an inevitable part of the economic cycle in developed economic systems. And though in the Baltics, we have relatively even income distribution, still some groups of individuals have some significant opportunities in respect to education, capital resources, context, diligence, and productivity that can be deployed for their own good. And these groups develop these opportunities in a variety of the ways. Unfortunately, there are some social groups who are not as good on deploying these opportunities, or their social and economic opportunities are somewhat limited. These individuals suffer from the decreasing quality of life due to those social and economic factors being negative towards themselves, and they, to a certain extent, remain excluded and uncaptured within society. They are not reflected in official statistics, and this sometimes they simply do not qualify for social benefits. These individuals may adhere to some or several of the characteristics you might see currently on the screen, such as a lack of regular income, lack of the employment, which is not necessarily a forced unemployment, or their inability to find their relevant employment. Sometimes it is related also to their individual choices. They sometimes do not fit into the state aid boxes, or for some reasons they fail to qualify for benefits. They might be also affected by psychological barriers to ask for help, or they are being ashamed of asking for help. And these psychological barriers might also limit their ability to negotiate their agenda, better working conditions, higher salary, and so on. As a couple of other factors that might characterize them is lower or outdated education levels, low financial literacy. They are low on savings, or they do not have any kind of the property that can sustain their existence and overcome economic difficulties. Most of these people live for one day. They live their life on the edge, and they cannot afford even miss one single day from the work, because it would definitely negatively affect their well-being and their families. These are characteristics that characterize them today. But unfortunately, as it has been observed across many European markets, these invisibles is a long-lasting issue, because sometimes they pass on the problems and that invisibility onto their children. Why it is so hard to spot the invisibles? First of all, official statistics have certain limitations. They look at the narrow social demographic indicators. They usually analyze the data from a single dimension perspective. Imagine like saying students or seniors might be excluded, alienated social groups. Is it correct or not? I might challenge this statement because not all students are alike. We have a lot of doctoral students present here on the conference. We have a lot of students who are part-time or full-time working. They are well situated. The same is true about some seniors who receive pretty good pay, and they even can sustain their own households and even help their children. So having such a narrow-minded single-dimension perspective is a too simplistic view of the society. However, some of the individuals even can avoid being captured by any kind of the surveys or observations in the market. And moreover, the official statistics would never explain their motivation, their personal reasons for choosing certain lifestyles. Those lifestyles and behaviors of the invisibles, they are very important for their understanding, to understand why they choose certain route in their lives. What are the reasons why they lack certain social skills or economic proficiency to advance and break out of the vicious circle of the invisibility, and why they engage in shadow economy and remain uncaptured by official statistics. These are all challenges. And it is important to resolve these challenges because any invisible, this is already today a lost human capital which can elevate in the future. And by staying in the invisibility territory and being affected by overworking, poor living conditions, these people potentially would create a growing social cost in the future. The social policies which are currently developed based on the official statistics have also their drawbacks, limitations, and challenges. So understanding the invisibles, we can develop more effective social policies. We can also make a considerate investment in social priorities, like instead of investing in lifelong learning support for mass of the people, we might select targeted audiences which desperately need some retraining and advancement. In this way, we will tackling social inequality and we will limit the tensions across the different social groups. To uncover those invisibles, together with the colleagues and research partners, we have created a new methodology, and my colleague Gatis will soon explore this in detail. This innovative approach will help to uncover the invisibles by adding the motivation and behavior information to the general statistics. We will look at the society from the perspective of multiple factors combined, and we will look through this methodology at the opportunities to deploy non-fiscal measures to affect the behavior of certain individuals, to move it towards more socially desirable, to comply with the goals that had been set by policymakers. This would certainly facilitate the inclusion of those alienated social groups. So, on methodology, how to identify and assess these invisibles. I will pass over now the floor to Gatis, and we will use an example of traffic safety, which probably everybody would be pretty much familiar with. Gatis?
Thank you, Walters. Yes, looking at this chart, you see the idea behind the project was, captured not like, system looking at the individuals, but rather using person-centric approach. The idea with person-centric approach is to start to use some issues like very popular, like based on social nudging. So we are trying to make changes in personal like architecture, how they see the life, how they treat like their environment, how they prioritize their actions, how they perceive themselves, how they perceive like their options they are having on hand. So it's if you look at the table, classically we are looking from the state positions. We are looking, you know, eliminating choices, limiting choices through the regulators and in laws. On other approaches, like we are using fines, we are using fiscal punishments or rewards. But then we have like 6 different approaches we can use in terms that's non-fiscal measures, they are non-regulative measures. And it's more like deploying norms, experiences, exchanging like those who are saying, our life cannot be changed. We are so deep in drowning and our lives. But when you can show like the several examples how they captured and they're able to get out of this, you know, loop of low income, low social esteem, low having new possibilities, and again low education, and so it's a downward looking spiral, how they have been able to break it, and also help them change, not like with one approach or one program, but looking at a bit longer time span. So it might be half a year or even a year. So it's trying to change a person's life rather than going, you know, new assistance program. So if we can go next, Walter's slide. So we started with the, so if we are looking at the person-centric, so we are looking at the survey, and with the survey we were covering several factors. One factor is we are looking at was to describe each person at least with 2 descriptors. So this is like approach we can still use state information systems, but rather saying unemployed, we can say unemployed and single earner family, or well, low in terms of low income, we can say also those who had obtained their education like 21 years ago or 30 years ago. So we're adding another parameter which targeting this group, making them smaller, and so we can design the interventions program more narrower, so hopefully more effective and more converting and impacting each individual's life which are in this group. Another is capture this internal motivation. Very often we get this feedback. I mean, we tried, but they didn't pick up. You know, we give them, you know, this is our intervention program. They sort of used, but they didn't change their life. Just 10% did it. So why? When it's actually this about this telecommunication aligning. For example, don't you do it for yourself, do it for your family if you care for it. So it's just adding another focus on how to involve these persons which are by themselves already trying to disengage themselves out of the other society groups. And the last part is more like trying to use data models for the intervention on personal level, rather than using, you know, personal preferences or preferences by available options or preferences of career consultant, which is like particularly for this person assigned by the state, for example. More using these already based on data models. One of the examples we mentioned here, relationships between the skills and values. So if this person knows himself or herself using image tests, so you can't, you know, fake it as good as you can using words. So using image tests, you can get more precise picture of yourself, and thus more more like your natural skills where you would most probably thrive. And so instead of retraining just because we need the new drivers, because drivers are lacking on the market, and so we are accepting everyone who is just willing to drive. And then we are losing money and losing time and resources and losing these particular persons because, okay, they become the drivers. Fantastic, but they work for half a year and they quit a job and said, no, I don't like it. I don't, that's it. I'm going back to my life with nothing because I hate what I need to do. So it's trying also have this longer term perspective. So we align with the so our investment and intervention program is really into the person's life. So Walter, can we proceed? So the research tools we used. So we had 91 questions. It's quite a long, it's took 20 minutes of the study, which is on verge already of people dropping out. And our questions were split in 2 groups. 34 was these descriptive questions I mentioned before. So we are looking for the descriptors where we can use for state information systems, be it occupation, be it regions, be it whether you own property or downtown. What is your household structure? In which industries did you work? What is your educational level? At what area it is like? And so we try to get the details as much as possible are allowed. And at least 57 other questions was more like defining these factors. So we are looking at the exclusion at several levels. We are looking exclusion of lack of access to banking services, so you don't have a bank account, or it has been closed because you are in debt, so you don't have access to it. You have access to financial sources, meaning whether you've been applied for a credit and had been and received refusal. So means these persons are not able themselves to get through the let's say some gap in financial income, or like get resources for themselves to make a change. Lack of citizenship, so another resources. Lack of unemployment, which is more like whether they have employment which is aligned with their daily schedules. And lack of education training, again, education level. Another, we had this financial literacy. Financial literacy was like financial tests, where we tested whether they answered correctly the questions which are used to test the financial literacy, income level, motivation. With the motivation, we looked whether they see the life positive ways, whether they let's have a joy in life, and then feel positive for what's happening around them. Again, using standardized approaches. And in psychological aspects, we are looking more like at motivation of the values, more like what is the focus in their life, whether they are, knowing what they do, and affiliations with the social groups. And these questions were not like many of them were not created from anew. We took from the EU studies, so income, living conditions, labor force, mental health. Financial literacy questionnaire, we decreased using already their methods. Measuring shadow economy projects we had on individual level, as well as like this development of value-based skills, like relationship between the values and the skills. So this was like the background for it. And we did the data collection through the online. I guess there are reasons like to say how representative it is, but in terms if we are looking at, for example, the same financial literacy, 50% of those who are online are fulfilling all requirements, so they are answering all questions correctly, and just like 50%. So we probably might assume that those who are not even online and don't have these digital skills, so we are not covering with online survey, most probably are even at higher percentage. Therefore, in all of the numbers we are showing, larger than. So we are assuming that we are still pessimistic in extrapolation of the numbers on a general audience. We have also like this error of the margins, so we need to assume that instead of plus and minus error, we most probably will have a plus error. Data will be available, and it can be used for development of the social policy as well, for our academic partners to make a more deeper, crunches of the data for more particular groups, for more vulnerable groups. And yes, if we can proceed with the how we approach to define this invisible. There are like methodologies available where the groups of invisibles can be defined, whether they have political presence and whether it's okay to be a part of this group. So it's more like what's calling these methodologies, we're defining invisibles in the way top down. We choose to define it bottom up. With the bottom up, so we took three axes, let's say. First axis is a dimensional axis is the resources. What kind of level of resources a particular person has in terms of income, education, whether they have their own savings, safety nets, so they have people to rely on, people to leave a kid in case of emergency, where they have a finance and financial skills. Then we have another dimension, which is mindset. The mindsets, whether they feel themselves in positive place or happy place, let's say, whether they have a focus in life. With the focus in life, we have the how consistent their choices are, how many lives they try to live, whether they try really to live one life. For example, the higher the person's income is, the higher their focus in life is. However, like satisfaction with the life is not really correlated with the income. So we have a less positive view on life, both at the bottom end of the income and also at the upper income. And then we added the third is descriptors. So we need to define these groups. We need to describe them in terms of something which can, somehow physically see them in state information systems. And with the invisibles, when we understand this lower left quadrant, so these are people which are low on resources and having negative mindset. And what does that mean? That means they don't have their own resources, so they are not able to get out just based on the resources. And they also don't have their internal motivation, so their ability to do that. So they are lacking both, which simply describes without outer help, you don't expect them to make change in their lives. So this is like how we did that, and Walters, can you just like make a brief overview then?
So what we have learned about them, probably there are three major things everybody's asking about the Baltics. How many invisibles do we have? Are the numbers somewhat different across the Baltics, and who they are? We will attempt briefly to describe this. First of all, the number of the invisibles in the Baltics exceed 957,000 people. As Gatis said before, we are looking very pessimistically at that. And we assume that some of the people who are not captured by online, they might be particularly the reason why this number is higher. The figures across the Baltics, the largest number of invisibles is in Lithuania, but though this is the largest country by the number of inhabitants as well. Therefore, we looked at the share of the invisibles in the age group of 18 to 74, which was our target audience. And even from that perspective, we might see that these numbers are very high, being around 19% in Estonia, 20% in Lithuania, and striking 27% in Latvia. So it means we really have encountered an issue, not a challenge, but an issue already. So who they are? We have identified 14 partially overlapping groups. Partially overlapping mean that the single individual might be characterized as the invisible based on combination of several factors, and this person might fall into a variety of those groups. For the purpose of methodology, we have named the invisible an individual who is belonging to at least two of these social groups. So it's no coincidence that this person has been identified as an invisible and falling just in a single group, which might happen. These 14 groups can be split in 3 tiers that might be having a similar cause for persons in the invisibility. First tier, what we call economic strivers, include such invisibles who are kind of best described by being, first of all, economically disadvantaged or low-income households, where their income is less than 500 euros a month per member of household. Income-strapped renters, the ones who do not own any kind of property, they either rent it or live for free with their friends or relatives. Single earner strivers, these are households where you have several members of the household, but just one of them is actively earning the income for the household. Low-income divorcees. And actually, we were a little bit surprised to see that being a divorcee forces you to become invisible in combination with several other aspects. In this case, we're talking of people who combine the properties having a low income and being divorced. And finally, in this group, we have a low-income service personnel. So either active or past military or law enforcement agency employers. And the common thing for this tier is that their factor of invisibility is the lack of appropriate income. The next tier, retrogrades. Retrogrades are people who have outdated or low education level. So we have low educated unemployed there. We see low educated divorcees there. Low educated social workers, or people who are falling in a wider category of working in a social field. Anything from social care to medical care or other kind of these professions. We have also benefit refused low educated individuals, the ones who, due to their limited education, understanding of the system, had been refused the benefits in past. And finally, low education disabled people, which is another challenge for the state. They all share a common invisibility factor, which is lack of education. And the third tier are financially excluded people, the ones who had been denied a credit, refused in financing by at least one of the sources, be those banks or non-banking creditors, which even make them, those people, very, very invisible, we might say. A lot of them are engaged in the shadow economy as well, which limits their income and their ability to get financing. Credit-strained middle-agers. This is not just about credit, but a lot of mid-agers in the Baltics, they experience certain impact of the ageism within the society. They had been refused sometimes a better paid job, which forces them to look for other sources of financing. But for different reasons, they also get the refusal on their credit. We have credit-strained, low-educated people who are not well paid and who are also quite often, due to their financial literacy and their employment being refused, crediting and credit-strained singles. Singles meaning a single person within a household or somebody who's taking care of others and do not have anybody else to rely on help. And they had been refused by at least one of the financing sources. So the common for this tier is the lack of financial literacy. And now in the remaining couple of minutes, I will pass it over to Gatis to describe a couple of these audiences, but we are happy to share the full descriptions in the presentation after the conference for all 14 groups. Gatis?
Yes, thank you, Walter. So this is like high-end description of one of the groups. The example I walk through like what we see here, and when we just like very quickly get overview of 3 or 4 groups. So we described currently for high level, we described the two main approaches. So with exclusion factors. So we're looking at the positive mindset, the lack of education, training, lack of financial literacy. So this is the level of intensity of these exclusion factors we see in the bar charts. When we have presence of these exclusion factors for this particular group, which are, in upper quartile of the distribution. So meaning if you have 80% lacking of education and training, so if you look at the general sample, in general sample, just 25% corresponds to this feature, when in this group, 81% of this group corresponds to the feature lack of education and training. And when we look at the overlaps, again, to make more effective intervention program, but again, if you have a source data, when you look at the 3D, and you can go even more deeper in making this intervention group more relevant. And in right upper corner, we see the motivation values. It's more like this, how to speak with them. And in this chart with the text, we just made a very short note for you to capture the essence of the slide. So this group, which is economically disadvantaged, they are looking more on their inner circle. It's more like on domestic value group. And if you look at the red percentages in the table, this is a combination of lack of education, training, and financial literacy, and combination of distrust and social benefits, which leads them again to the shadow economy, and therefore again you are there with the disadvantaged income, with the harder possibility to get out of it. Well, let's proceed to the next group, the profiles. I selected a bit different profiles, so you capture which are these are single earners, strivers. Again, you see a focus on family, on devoting themselves on it. We see the same lack of education, training, and lack of financial literacy, but we adding lack of disposable income, which wasn't in the previous group, and also this non-positive mindset on themselves. So just distrust in social benefits leads to this. Again, willingness to go in shadow economy, but it's because you need to pay bills right now, but it ends up with a lower income, and when it's even lower self-esteem because you can't get yourself out and you are the only one which brings money in the family. Let's go to the next group, which is low educated, unemployed. The value group, you see the profile had changed. This interesting is that this group still want to make achievements. They want to get involved there. But again, their negative self-esteem, lost access to financial services and banking does not allow them themselves to proceed with that. So we see like motivation is there, the resources are lacking. Let's go to next. So these are credit denied group. This is an interesting group in terms of what they call credit denied. That actually means this person has been examined proudly with their income, with their approaches, and they have been given a red sign. You do not qualify. And well, we see the shadow economy here coming as well, because this trust and social benefit means that they prefer having more money right now rather than have any of the social security net in terms of the legal incomes, in terms of social benefits they can receive. So then we can go on. So middle agers, here we have again, they want to still make an impact for society and for themselves. We have a maximalist here value group more extended than on average. But though low education does not allow them to fulfill probably what they still wanted, and they more trying to get their own resources with the loan application and things like that. So they tried to make this change, but so rejection resulted in that they still probably are not using or underusing their own potential, which might they have as a society members. And the probably last group here will have credit strength singles. With the singles here, we understand people which don't have anyone to rely on, meaning you are feeling lonely. And so they don't rely on traditions. They understand that they are the only ones who can make a change there. So they have this ambitious level of pragmatic values. They have more like focused on family and its well-being. But again, low education, low financial literacy, distrust and social benefits, and you are again back in shadow economy with lost access to financial services, financial resources to get themselves out of this probably vicious circles they are into. And so even not having a person to ask for the help. So if you look at these 5 groups, most probably you will already notice some patterns in terms of the percentages that, non-fiscal, the intervention program would be more closer to the education, getting themselves on education, as well as we saw several lies, this negative self-perception. Having negative self-perception was probably, just advertising about let's change something would not be sufficient. So Walters, if you can go to the conclusions.
So the first insights are very fresh from the oven, and we're happy to share them with you, our colleagues. Particularly, we have today on the conference our colleagues from Lithuania and Estonia. So Asta and Marina is there, and I would love also to hear their insights on those first revelations. But to conclude, we see that there's a very high number of the invisibles in the Baltics that have also a high share of them within the active population of the 3 countries. They share some common factors behind the invisibility, like lack of income, lack of financial literacy, and outdated education. As a result of that, our societies are mostly characterized by a short-term benefit orientation, being very short-sighted on choosing their employment and engaging with the shadow economy, and educating society is an essential factor to mitigate this issue. It is very essential to develop certain soft skills within society through adult education. So we're talking of lifelong learning. Soft skills give certain advantages over technical skills because they facilitate the inclusion of the invisibles. They give the opportunity to learn them skills that might grow socially and thus also benefit economically. And contrary to only technical skills, which is currently the focus of the most education initiatives in our countries, they would be much more flexible and adaptable to the changing environment. Therefore, we believe that the skills tests and development of skills that are undeveloped are mandatory for adult training programs, so that we can also select the right training recommendations for them. self-managed training in financial literacy, and using the social services and benefits system also should be developed and made widely available. As some of the initiatives, we even believe that undergoing certain skills and certain motivational tests should be mandatory before the person can qualify for social benefits. And therefore, we believe that this is a wider public discussion which should be taken with policymakers, where NGOs and academia should jointly act as advocates for the invisibles, raise their issues, and facilitate this discussion, which has been already started just yesterday. We had a great conversation with the Welfare Ministry of Latvia, with several NGOs and state employment agency who appreciated the results of our research and believe that it can contribute to better social policies. So thank you for the attention, and well, let's work to advocate the interests of the invisibles. Yeah, this is it from our side.
Thank you. Great applause. My applause to the. So, anybody has a question? I do have a question, but I will see whether somebody else before me. All right. While other people maybe think on what we might, how we might maybe clarify some of the issues discussed, but I do have a maybe unusual question to both of you, and any of you can answer that, because obviously that really pops in to me, that really popped up this non-positive mindset. And when I looked at the graph, you both agree that in the graph, it was almost the scale was bigger than even not having disposable income. And so the question to me is did you consider in your research what I call the social cultural aspect and perceptual factor of audiovisual cognitive space? In other words, I'm curious as to how much media and informational space that exists in the Baltic states, particularly, has a lot to do with sustaining that kind of negative, non-positive media mindset. And what I mean by that is that in my observation, and I noticed that with a lot of students, even the ones that come from good families, that there's a lot of that very often successes are equated with these things that are external to themselves, and the ability or desire to take responsibility for their lives is not as strong as, let's say, in some other cultures, such as in the United States. And I find that media very often propagates narratives that have a lot to do with the Baltic past, particularly 40s, 50s, so Soviet past, and dwell on that to the point where it becomes extremely unhealthy. And so my concern is that the younger generation grows up in the environment where there's always somebody else to blame for not having successful and fulfilled life, rather than making sort of responsible decisions. Well, at least I feel that as a teacher, as an educator. And you can actually also see that, for instance, in the funding of arts, you might find that for the past 4 or 5 years, films have been produced in the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania. You'll find much more easily films that the funding will be very often allocated to films that have to do with with deportations, with the Soviet past. And yet very fewer media artifacts are done with the look into the future. And as the late, very famous Stephen Cohen, who was expert on the Eurasian and particularly Eastern European affairs, as he said, dwelling on the past too much is not how you build a modern life. And so I guess my question, which was like more of a statement, I suppose, was that I feel that in your presentation, I'm curious whether you consider this perceptual factor of the audiovisual and informational space that exists in the Baltic states, because by and large, I find that it's dwelling too much in our past.
I mean, this is probably the cause or one of the causes which I created, but what we did with research, we just, try to factualize this information, meaning, well, we can't disguise it. We can't say it doesn't exist. And it's somehow not even helping. It's really not helping for us to become more successful ability to do our life more productive and more happy, having more kids and making, our life more.
So Walters, do you have anything to add to the?
No, actually not.
So I lost you for a second.
I believe that an important part for the soul is that values themselves is a part of the cultural construct, and the impact of the society, the interaction of individuals for generations with that is also reflected in the way how we measure the motivation of these people.
Okay, so anybody else? Well, we are a little bit running just slightly short of time looking at the schedule. It's 2:38 and we are scheduled with the next presentation for 2:45 p.m. So we do need a little bit break. I'm curious as to the Vice Rector of Development, Riseba Nelly Titovi, because your next speaker, if we convene at 2:50, so we borrow 5 minutes extra, because looking at the schedule, we still have a concluding remarks and closing of the day. We can take.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I suggest that we meet in 12 minutes. And so that will give us sufficient time to stretch, have a cup of coffee, have slight chat, or for those who lead unhealthy lives, have a cigarette. And so, let's meet at 2:50 then. Thank you, speakers.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are waiting back our moderator, Aigars Ceplītis. I hope so that you already have some coffee to join us and forward our conference now on our Zoom platform. Thanks for everyone who are connected us as well on our live stream on the Facebook, and thanks for those who connected the Zoom already now. So the next presentation will be very interesting, I think so, and maybe I can ask Aigars to connect us. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're right on spot. At least my computer says 2:50. Right on. So it's my pleasure then to present or invite to our virtual stage panel, next panel, and speakers, project leader Christopher Wells, and Riseba Vice Rector for Development Nelia Titova, and other project members will be talking about the project title for today, Creating an Innovative Approach to Intergenerational Adult Learning. This project is chartered under 2020 in France with Erasmus program 2014-20 on strategic partnership for adult education, and that's managed by a consortium of 8 partners. So Intergen working on the European Commission on Intergen working on intergenerational learning methods for the isolated societal groups. And Riseba has contributed to the project by working on methods specifically for critical groups of unemployed. And so with that short intro, I would like Christopher Wells and Nelia Tito to give a wider and more insightful and detailed look in what this project is about. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we can start, and let me share the screen for presentation. So today we are already coming close to the project's results, and this project is 3 years long. And just for introduction, I would like to say that 3.5 years ago, when the statistics was collected on unemployment groups, that in the previous project presentation we heard today were called invisibles. We have identified that there are 2 critical unemployed groups in Latvia and in other countries. These are young people and people who are older than 50 years old. And statistics in 2019 and 20 showed that in the young people group, unemployment is around 20%. If you just listen, in the group older than 50 years old, the unemployment rate at that time was 38.6%. What we want to say, if we really want to exaggerate, almost half of population older than 50 years old in Latvia is unemployed. It means that there is quite a lot to do. And as we realized we're not alone, we joined the project led by Krista Fels, who's here today. And as Igor was already told, 7 countries to help these people. So today we have presentation on the project results and the whole process of how we moved further. And we have several things to tell about. First of all, about the project itself, history of it, objective, methodology, results and outputs. And we invited also external evaluator for the project to run the project in the most smooth and efficient way. We will have also question and answer sessions if we have time. And I would first like to give a stage to, as I call model of the project, the author of idea, and the person who inspired us to do all of it. And it's Hansina. And Hansina, sorry if I pronounced your surname again incorrectly. So, yeah, maybe you can even allow me not to tell it. So, Hansina, can you please turn the microphone on? I see her. She's
Can you all hear me?
yeah.
We can hear you, Hansina.
Ah, great. Really nice to see you guys. Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. And it's really, it is a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to be presented as the mother of the project. But I am currently speaking from Iceland at the moment. And as you know, in Iceland, those of you who have been here, we are a country of contradiction. We have a lot of mountains, we have lava, we have eruptions, we have earthquake, we have really bad weather. We are still waiting for the summer in Iceland, and it's the 2nd of June, but we are very patient. So we will hopefully get a couple of those days that you guys in the center of Europe can have a lot of. So what I am going to do now is to use just a couple of minutes to, as a person from Iceland, to tell you about the origin of the project. And where does this project actually come from? As you've already known now, that I am a person from Iceland, and Iceland is all about the storytelling. So I will just in very few sentences tell you the story behind the project, and also I have put up some illustrations, photos that I think is very sort of structural for this project. First of all, I knew that we had what we were saying in the introduction, a lot of groups that were unemployed. And in Iceland, we had the opportunity to work with 2 of these groups, the young people who were under 20, 25, and then the other group, which is also very young, 50 something, but these 2 groups were both interested in entrepreneurship. So they were all learning about, okay, how can I create my own job in the future? So what can I do to have the right knowledge? What kind of training do I need, etc., etc. And this also sort of we were thinking when we were training these groups, it's very interesting. Why are we training them separately? So why are we training this group separately as they have nothing in common? Because one of the main thing that we understood they had in common was that they were both, in a way, excluded the labor market. One, because they didn't have any experience or they didn't have the right knowledge. The other one, well, partly due to their age. So what we were doing is that we were trying to find out, okay, how can we sort of have this group working together, or is it any way that that we could make sure that they were better socially included or included in the society? This was actually because it was so obvious that both of these groups had great resources. The younger one, they had excellent digital skills, they had new knowledge, they were flexible, they were willing to come up with new ideas. And the senior group, or the so-called 50+ group, they had excellent network, they had access to finance, more access than many others. They also had a very interesting skills which they could train the younger one in, for example, in negotiation. And another skills which we find very difficult to find in the younger group, and that's the problem-solving skills. So these groups, they actually compensated quite well each other, but we were not training them together. Usually they were trained in a different group or something. So the idea merged into our head here in Iceland, okay, how can we sort of build bridges between these groups? And this is what I went to Finland in Helsinki in 2019 with this idea. I didn't have the opportunity, not at the meeting in Finland, to introduce this idea, but I saw an extremely handsome guy there, which you are going to listen to. His name is Christoph Wells, and during one of our breaks, I was sort of talking to him about this thought of mine. Why don't we try to somehow build bridges between these two groups that both share the problem of having problem in the labor market, but they still both have a lot of interesting skills that they could actually use in common training. So we came up with the idea, okay, let's just try to write one of these beautiful Erasmus Plus projects for adults. And we tried to start to find sort of partners who at least had these three things in common there, which is they needed to be experienced in adult training, which is a vital thing for this project. They also needed to know and have a really good skills as well as experience in entrepreneurship, because as you probably most of all know, entrepreneurship is going to be very important for us all in the future. And then they also had to have been thinking about, okay, what can we do to increase or to be better in social inclusion with all kinds of groups for the future. So this is what we started our search for partnership with, and we found this beautiful partners, which you will all probably hear a bit from during this panel and this presentation. And we wrote the application, and we started to prepare for what was going to happen in the project. And we were so excited. We thought, oh, great, we are going to meet all these excellent partners to go to all these beautiful countries. And then we got COVID in the middle of everything. And we got founded and we got COVID. But still, with our great project manager, Christoph Wells, we managed to not miss a single day or a single task in this project. Plus, we were so lucky in the beginning that we collected the right and absolutely the best partnership that we could have during this long project. And now we are heading into the end of the project. And most of our partners are going to join us here in Iceland in late June. Hopefully the summer will be there then, but it doesn't matter because we all have each other, plus that they will have 24 hours of daylight. And that's what this project is actually all about, is to make sure that each and every one of us have some kind of lights in the future. So this is what I was going to say. This is the origin of the project. This is where the project comes from. A small country in the middle of, some people say nowhere, but we are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So we have the same problem as many of you others, but still this project has helpfully, and we have jointly created an excellent bridge between generations, between partners, and for many of us, this is going to be a bridge that will hold us together in the future. So I do hope that you guys are going to have an excellent day and learn something about this great project. And I'm sure that this is something that we will all come back to, because there is a lot of interesting information as well as educational material in the project. So thank you so much and enjoy the day. That's all from Iceland.
Okay, thank you very much, Luciana. So we are coming to the next presentation by Christopher as well. So in Zoom now, those who are moderating, they switch to another presentation mode, so we don't see it in the auditorium where we present. So can you please allow me to share still?
So we actually see, well, at least I think everybody sees well. So
everyone in Zoom, but in the auditorium where we are with other colleagues, we see previous slides still on the screen.
I'm sorry, there were some technical problems because on the live stream, we didn't saw the presentation. Okay. Is it possible that I'm sharing the presentation and you are seeing that in the auditorium as well?
You can try, but what we did before, we saw it only in Zoom. So share screen.
Do you see it now?
just give a second. Now we do.
Yes, so then we can continue and answer them when you hear click slides and we switch to the next, okay?
Okay, so click slide, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon to everybody. I have the privilege of being the project manager for the Intergen initiative. And as Hansina said, what we're trying to do is produce a win-win scenario where younger people have skills and knowledge that they can bring to the older generation, and the older generation have skills, knowledge, and experience they can bring to the younger generation. If we do that, we can help them develop their key competencies and improve their job market access. So what were our main objectives in the project? Well, Erasmus Plus, as you're aware, is a program that's been going for a number of years. And in this particular incarnation, 2014 to 2020, they established what they call transversal or horizontal priorities and sectoral priorities, which are just for the adult sector. So we selected the ones that were most important to us. Next slide, please. Next slide. Marvelous. The first one, as we mentioned, is about key competencies. Then what we want to do is allow everybody access to learning. Then we talked about this idea of open education. We can't always be attending something in person. Look at today. This is a wonderful hybrid conference. It's the conference of the future, where the people who are there attend physically and people can attend from anywhere on the planet. I'm not sure we've got people from South America or from Antarctica, but hey, you never know. And the other objective we had is we want to make people know about the Erasmus Plus program. We want people to understand that this is not just for students. It's for everybody. It's for adults. It's for retired people. It's for people who are working in a company. It's for everybody. And we just have to get that message across. And the idea is we want to increase this European identity, which, let's face it, with what's happening in Ukraine, is something which is even more important today than it was in 2020. Next slide, please. Wonderful. The methodology we've used for this project is one that I've developed over many years and shared with various national agencies in training forums. And it's based on every single partner taking responsibility for one or more parts of the work on the project. So our project is divided up into activities, project management, quality evaluation, dissemination and communication, and into our outputs, our results. And we have 4 of those. And every partner was involved in some area. We also had some associated partners who, although they weren't actually involved in the project, asked to be kept appraised, sent information so they can share the information in their countries. We've got Portugal in there, for example. We've got the UK, we've got an Italian area and a Spanish. Next slide, please. So as we said, every partner takes responsibility, and it's just my job to pull all that together. And how did we do that? Well, actually, we did it by communication. If you want people to work together, you have to communicate clearly, make sure people understand what's expected, when it needs to be done by, and how to do it. So communication went hand in hand with sharing every single document we produced and used on the project through our project Dropbox. Everybody had access to that on the very first day of the project at the first meeting. We also share it with the UK and French national agencies, so they can go in at any stage and see, are the Intergen partners doing a good job or not? Hopefully they think we are. Dropbox is a wonderful tool. It allows us to share information easily and clearly. Google Drive can be better in some ways because it allows you to co-edit a document. But then Google Drive is a bit more ponderous, I believe, than Dropbox. So we chose Dropbox. We also have done an awful lot via Zoom because, as you'll see there, we should have had 8 in-person transnational meetings. Well, at the first meeting, it was in October 2020. We had all 8 partners attending, and then COVID got really bad. And in fact, only 2 partners attended in person, and everybody else attended via Zoom. The second meeting was in February 2021, and nobody attended in person. We decided to do a Zoom meeting, which was quite a challenge because it was the first time we'd ever done one, a 2-day meeting, working on the project and the project outputs. And we learned very quickly that you have to make your sessions really short, 30 minutes maximum. And between each session, we all need coffee. So I think the coffee machines did overtime, but the feeling was we got some work done. And then we all met together for the very first time in September 2021 here in Latvia. A wonderful meeting organized by Nelia. First time for me in Latvia. I've been back at least 8 times since. I think it's a wonderful place. I've fallen in love with the country, and the welcome we received was fabulous. We also got an awful lot of work done. We then went on to Greece. From Greece, we went to Finland, and believe it or not, we did a day's work on a cruise. Yes, we went on a boat out on the Finnish fjords, and we had a conference room in which we worked. We had a smorgasbord breakfast when we came on, and then another buffet dinner at the end. We got a lot of work done in the most unusual and memorable surroundings I can remember. And even better, in Finland, there was sunshine. Remarkable. Anyway, it was great. We then, after that meeting, went on to Rimini in Italy. Rimini, as you know, is a big Roman city, so that was very inspiring for us, because the Romans had this great respect for the older generations, but also were very aware that the young were the ones that kept the empire together. So you could say that they were the first people to really appreciate the importance of intergenerational learning and work. And then in March, we went to the UK. The last time project will ever go to the UK, because sadly it's no longer in the Erasmus Plus program. And we had a meeting in Manchester, which is in the north of the UK. As you'll see, 17 Zoom conferences, each lasting 30 minutes. But a lot of work being done. And then to develop the results and the outputs, we divide into sub-working groups. I believe you work much more efficiently in small groups. And so each sub-working group was responsible for an output, and they met 42 times to develop the outputs at any times that suited them. Next slide, please. So once we produced the outputs, we tested them all, and each partner tested them in each country. So we had pilot studies, pilot groups. I think 74 adult learners were involved, 27 educational institutions. We tested thoroughly and got feedback. And once you have that feedback, well, you have to make changes. So we did, to try and make sure that what we produce at the end is the best possible quality. If I can hand over now to my colleague Lamprini, who is going to tell us all about what those results and outputs were.
Hi from me too. Welcome. Now, the last speaker, from the last speakers, I will be lucky to save the time or have more time. In my case, because I know Hansina and Christoph, they have their way with speaking. They have used most of the time, so I will be short and concrete. Can I have the next slide, please? So not from the exotic Antarctica, but from the exotic Greece, you will have a short overview of our outputs, what we produced through this project anyway. So our first was the method we used. So the Internet Bridge method is an approach and a learning framework designed for job centers, career guidance centers, and adult educators. This method provides how to facilitate intergenerational learning and collaboration between the low-skilled adults in the two specific age groups that our project was addressed, 18 to 30 and 50 plus, enabling them to work together and mutually enhance their competencies, knowledge, and entrepreneurial skills. This methodology empowers the individuals to learn from each other and foster personal growth and development. The second step was to develop the tools that we used, the pedagogical tools and the methods that would be essential for their learning development. Those tools were connected to the bridge method into an action in captivating and innovative ways to suit both target groups. The methods and the tools are rooted in the communities of practice and the peer learning approaches that allowed us to have an effective knowledge exchange and idea sharing, both practical and both practical anyway. Sorry for losing my thoughts. So our primary goal from this, from developing our tools was to foster also through the learning process a mutual respect among the participants by facilitating meaningful learning experiences through the use of our methods described in our second deliverable. So the last part was to develop a booklet, let's say, of learning resources. Where could those people find resources to self-develop themselves anyway? So our pedagogical learning resources cater both the younger and the older adults, presenting an inventive activity-based approach that is tailored to suit both target groups again. Those resources will enable our learners to cultivate essential competencies and foster the European identity, which is a high priority for all the Erasmus programs. and promote social inclusion by actively addressing the age-related discrimination in the job market. So all our learning resources are connected also to our pedagogical methods and to our Intergen Bridge method. And last but not least, we have developed our online training tutorials which are designed to support adult learners in gaining access to the job market. Those tutorials provide guidance on effectively linking the learning acquired during the previous phases using our previous tools. And by doing so, the learners can showcase their competencies in the best possible way to potential employers and enhance their chances in employment. The tutorials can assist the learners in adequately being prepare themselves to improve their job market access. So our line of videos, can I have a change of slide, please? Okay, so our line of videos have 4, let's say, axes. So the first is how to prepare yourself for a job interview. The second is how to conduct a company search on culture and codes of conduct. And the third, how to do a thorough job search and the company search. And the fourth is how to keep your, let's say, skills recorded via the Europass online. Our videos are available in English, Latvian, French, Italian, Finnish, and Greek. And our producers, anyway, are our very own Christoph Wells and Ludmila Favel. So where you can find this information, you will see in our next slide. Here, you can scan the QR code. We have an Intergen Facebook page, a LinkedIn page, our website, and we have a community of practice on the Pali platform. So there you can find all those materials which you can access via one hyperlink. You can use one hyperlink and you can navigate yourself in all those resources. The next slide. Also, our videos, our tutorials are accessed by our YouTube channel. And this is all my...
Yeah, and we have, in addition, we have video, very short video, one-off. May I ask if we show it all?
Produced by Ludmila.
Intergen is an exciting new project co-funded by the European Commission through the Erasmus Plus programme. Launched in Manchester in October 2020, 8 partners led by Aprica from France and Step by Step from Iceland have designed an innovative approach to intergenerational learning in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. This will allow adults aged 18 to 30 and aged over 50 to work and learn from each other. We have created the Intergen Bridge method framework with pedagogical tools and resources for teachers and trainers, plus activity-based learning modules to develop key competencies and mutual respect by exchanging ideas and knowledge. We've also produced 4 online training tutorials to facilitate job market access for adult learners. Pilot studies took place in 6 countries to test the outputs, involving 74 adult learners not in employment, 25 companies, and 27 adult learning providers. All resources and materials are available in 7 languages from the Intergen website, social media pages, and YouTube channel via one easy access hyperlink. Intergen has addressed the disparity in learning opportunities for adult learners of different ages, encouraged social cohesion, and counteracted age discrimination. Intergen has fostered a spirit of entrepreneurship and facilitated the understanding of European identity. In the words of George C. Lichtenberg, I cannot say whether things will get better by change. What I can say is that they must change if they are to get better. This is what we have addressed through the Intergen project.
As you'll have noticed, play a video when you're in full screen presentation mode, it won't flow. It will stop, start, jerk. So apologies for that. Just a technical point for the future. You need to come out of presentation mode before you play the video.
You can find it in YouTube, right? So,
you can.
Thank you very much, Lampuny. And I know it's
You're
really-
welcome, Nelia. Thank you for the invitation. But now that you have all heard Christoph's recorded voice, you say you can hear that he has no competition in video recordings. We cannot compete with him.
That's Ludmila. That's Ludmila.
Now we will see what our external evaluator will tell about our project. I hope Paul is here.
Thank you, Nelia, and hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. As you can see, I've been the expert evaluator on this project. It's been a great honor and privilege to take on that role as such a successful and happy report. As you can see, there's a little slide of Michael Paling there as a lumberjack cutting down trees. And that's probably a metaphor for a sort of graveyard. This is the graveyard slot in English terms. So I hope you're all still awake and drinking lots of coffee. Next slide, please. So my role is essentially one where I monitor the situation as the report progresses, the progress of it, and try and give a very objective assessment. And I do this by questionnaires and interviews halfway through the project, and also at the end, a questionnaire and also interviews as well. But obviously that's very much an ongoing process. And then obviously we've got the conference right at the end. Next slide, please. The criteria, as you can see on the screen, but probably the two most important there is the clarity. It has to be clear for everybody to use and user-friendly. And also we need to look very carefully at the impact that it's going to have. And I know, I think Christoph will say at some stage, talk about the legacy of the project and the results at not only local, but also regional and national levels. So we need to look to the future and look very carefully at the impact of this project. Next slide, please. The strengths, as I saw it, it was very well managed by Christoph as the project coordinator. The role of that is critical in being the person to not only pull everything together, as he said, but also anticipate any problems. It's all very well to react to problems. It's more important to be proactive and identify problems. And Christoph did that very, very well indeed. The outputs were simply outstanding, I think, and I think they'll have a great impact on currently available resources. I've been involved in a lot of teams, as it were, in my life, but this as a multinational team was quite exemplary and outstanding. And it was great to see everybody working so enthusiastically with and for each other. And throughout the project, the comments, not only in the questionnaires, but also the interviews, when you dig deeper below the surface, showed a great enthusiasm, warmth for the project. And yeah, it's been a very happy project all along. Next slide, please. So those are the strengths, and obviously one of the things about projects is, what can we learn? I've mentioned already, work together as a multinational team, but also using digital tools. And of course, had to do this because of the impact of COVID-19, which was obviously quite substantial. For some partners, it was a challenge. But as with all challenges, they were very willing to learn quickly and effectively. And they've also learned how to facilitate the use of the outputs as well, with easy access to links. Benefits and added value, a healthy sharing of ideas and enhanced future facilities of international mobility and intellectual outputs of, as I said, highest impact and quality. So things to learn, or we have learned, and obviously things that have been of great benefit brought about by this project. Next slide, please.
No,
I think you've missed a slide, I think, Nelia.
it's not me who's speaking. Which one is it?
Yeah, I think it's missing. I think it's missing, Paul.
Okay, right.
It's missing, so I've turned the next, yes.
Not yet this green one, but then we stop by this one now. Paul?
Yes, the slide's not there, but as I recall, it was the challenges, and the challenges we've talked about already of COVID, and also the digital tools, which for some people wasn't easy. For some people, it's their first project as well. But once again, by working together as a team and by the clear and decisive leadership of the project coordinator, things were sorted at early stages, and there was great help and support available. Thank you, Nelia.
Thank you very much. And now today we are telling about the project results. One of the project's side effects, very positive side effects, was that during this project we developed ideas for other applications. And one of them, and this is this next slide, is that part of the partners, Ante, if you can switch next slide, jump in next project on sustainability. And we also developed project on portfolio for employment and for virtual assistance for mobility. So this is something to mention also today, that very often synergies that we create at multinational level helps us to develop other good ideas and to share them with you and other people. So last slide we have here is, Anton, next slide, please. Yes, it's our final slide, and we also have a couple of minutes till I hope for question and answers, if you have any. And thank you very much for listening. A bit of technical issues, but we managed to tell all the things we wanted to do. Yes, so thank you very much. Can we stop sharing? All we see.
Great round of applause to all the team members. I'm sorry, Christopher, now after your speech, you are not only giving a detailed, wonderful data and residuals, but your narratives are just flowing. So I feel humbled how I dare and continue.
Years of practice, believe me.
So great. So I welcome the audience members if anybody has questions on to the panel speakers. Well, if not really, then I think we are close to our finishing line, and looking at the time right on spot. So my understanding is the Vice Director of the Research is Unfortunately, Walter Skaja had to leave. And so with that, there was been really packed and a really insightful and inspiring day. There's some great presentations, great data, some honest, really objective views of what's expected in the next decade from our Lithuanian colleagues. And of course, the last project was fascinating and gives us, at least in these more grayish times, a hope for the future that eventually, as they say, Thomas à Kempis, after the storm, the rainbow shines in all the colors. So with that note, I wanted to remind you that tomorrow we meet at 10:50 and there'll be parallel sessions and so you can find on the, and maybe Anta, you may also give a direct website link to the program. Want to find, all the program schedule is on our website. And so please enjoy the rest of the day. And hopefully I personally might see you next year to the consecutive annual conference and now in person. That would be indeed lovely to see you all. It's been a pleasure to welcome and see you, and we'll meet tomorrow at 10:50.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for this day. Yes, and in the chat there will be the link if someone wants to wait. So, and
Thank
I
you,
hope
Paul.
so that tomorrow we will have a good work day with the sessions. See you then. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.